Hello and welcome everyone to this final conference from the DARE2X project. Oh, let me see if I can control. Okay, thank you. So I'm Christopher Pedersen from the Danish Technological Institute, and with the coordinator of the DARE2X project. It's an EU-funded project that has been running for 3 years now, and this is our final conference where we want to discuss some of the results, but also more what kind of barriers there are to getting green ammonia production. And then maybe start a bit on why ammonia. Ammonia today is mainly used for fertilizer, and but there's an expected growth demand for the coming years. So this is going from 2024 to 2040, and the growth is mainly for new energy applications, so energy carrier, ammonia as a fuel. There's though some problems with ammonia. So the current processes are energy intensive, and almost all of it is produced from fossil fuels, mainly natural gas, and that is because the hydrogen you need for the process comes from steam reforming of natural gas. So most of all this ammonia you can call gray has a big carbon footprint, and that also means just to reduce the carbon footprint of the agriculture sector, we need to make the green fertilizers, which requires green ammonia. So the aim of what we need to do is decarbonize the ammonia production. Another problem, especially for Europe, when we talk about autonomy, is that if you look at where is ammonia produced, where is ammonia consumed, in this map, then the blue areas is where you have more export than import, and the red is where you are more importing ammonia. And as you can see, that Europe is a net importer of ammonia. So if we want more autonomy, then we need to produce more ourselves. So the DARE2X project will go into more detail in the technical session later, but just briefly. So what we want to do is find ways to do ammonia production more decentralized. You can do it closer to where it's needed or where you have renewable energy available. So the idea is to replace the steam reforming of natural gas and the classical Haber-Bosch process to have renewable energy driving water electrolysis, and then use the hydrogen combined with nitrogen from air in a plasma process to make the ammonia. And once you have green ammonia, then you enable these other applications besides fertilizer, like marine fuels or just a general energy carrier or hydrogen storage. So that was just briefly about DARE2X. And then Yamina will introduce a bit more into the conference today.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers and guests. On behalf of Lomartov and the DARE2X consortium, I want to welcome you all to the What Can Brussels Do for Green Ammonia conference. Initially, we thought this conference, as Christopher said at the beginning, we were going to close a project and have to do a typical conference where we present our results. But then we decided, why don't we make it more useful and more beneficial for the entire sector and for other projects that are trying to do the same thing, and open it to companies and to academia in order to advance green ammonia uptake in Europe. So the discussion you will listen to today, they come actually from a previous workshop that we organized in Copenhagen last March, and in which we had seen and discussed many challenges for green ammonia uptake. We talked about cost, we talked about the need for a solid regulatory framework, we talked about community acceptance, and we also talked about quality training on how to safely handle ammonia. Actually, the folders you were given this morning, they are drawings that summarize the key discussion points from that workshop. So don't throw them away. Please read them. They are useful. Now, what we want to achieve with this conference, 5 things. The first thing is to understand and learn, why do we need to accelerate green ammonia rollout and how? And this is the objective of our keynote speech. Our keynote speech. I will introduce the expert later. The second point we want to obtain from this conference today is to learn what is it and understand what is it that policymakers can do to support the uptake of green ammonia, the European level, but also the local level. And what is it that is why we have a policy panel. The third point we want to highlight in this conference and achieve is we want to hear from the industry. What are their needs? What are their challenges? What opportunities do they see? And that is why we have an industry panel. After that, we will learn from the different technological innovations that are being developed for green ammonia production and use. And this is what you are going to hear about in the technological pitches in the afternoon. We also wanted to give you the opportunity to have one-on-one meetings in order to promote collaboration, partnerships, attract customers. You will have 1 hour in the front room and also in this room. It will be followed by a reception in order to continue the discussions. One important thing is our artist, Colin Robin, who is here today, whose drawings you have again on the folders you received. Colin is going to capture and summarize our discussions today into nice drawings, which you will have the chance to see throughout the day today. Finally, you will also see some video interviews playing later during the breaks regarding DARE2X, and you will also have few posters presented then in the front room again. So that was just to put the context of this conference, where it comes from, what do we want to achieve, and what you will get from it. And now, without further ado, I will leave the floor to Mr. Rob Stevens, who is here with us today, an ammonia thought leader coming from the Ammonia Energy Association and the Dutch ISPT, who is going to tell us about why do we need to accelerate green ammonia rollout. Rob, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invite. And I see you picked a picture from the ISPT website. My name is Rob Stevens. I'm currently here in between formal jobs, but still very active in 2 associations, the Ammonia Energy Association, where I'm in the executive committee, as well as leading the safety task force, working to bring forward more facts on safety, which is to the benefit of the whole existing as well as new ammonia industry and users. In the Dutch ISPT, the Institute of Sustainable Process Technology, I'm chairing the ammonia platform, where last year we published an ammonia roadmap, the import volumes and the user cases in the Netherlands and Germany and Flanders, where we also published a safety study on an ammonia pipeline from Rotterdam to the Ruhrgebiet, and where we're currently working on public perception with a team of industry, as well as kicking off next week an ammonia to power project to evaluate the techno-economic aspects and the feasibility of converting stranded gas and coal-based power plants in Europe towards the use of ammonia as peak power plants. I was triggered this morning, and that's what I would like to address, and a fellow panelist pointed it out to me as well, on the definitions being used in ammonia. Ammonia production, yes, is polluting. Ammonia production is responsible for 1.5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. But ammonia production is not equivalent to Haber-Bosch. Ammonia production is preparing hydrogen and nitrogen so that a Haber-Bosch reactor can combine the hydrogen and nitrogen into ammonia. Haber-Bosch ammonia reaction is exothermic. It's not polluting, it's producing energy. The polluting and energy intensive part is the hydrogen production. 97% of the ammonia production value chain. So please do not mix up Haber-Bosch being energy intensive or Haber-Bosch being polluting. Haber-Bosch is the basis for green ammonia as well. It's going to be the basis for turquoise ammonia. It's going to be the basis for blue ammonia until your activities move to an improved version electrochemical. So that's what I want to make clear first. Then I want to wake you up. As we are in Brussels, my question is, what do you see? Yes, icons in Brussels. Atomium, an organic molecule structure? Or do you look through it and see 78% nitrogen in the air as free storage to carry your hydrogen in the form of ammonia, but free nitrogen storage? What do you see? Manneke Pis? What do you see in ammonia derivative? But okay, we are all here to address greenhouse gas emissions, to bring forward a solution to hard to electrify sectors, not only the ammonia production to make greener, but also the new user cases, as was mentioned on energy. For example, shipping, it's a hard to electrify sector, which could move into ammonia as a fuel. A few of these sectors are overwhelmed by the choice, or some to a lack of choice. Shipping suddenly has a choice from the leftover products from refineries for free. Now suddenly they have a choice of different fuels and they have to invest wisely. So it's a challenge for shipping to make well-informed choices. And these choices are being influenced by competition in sectors. So shipping will be exposed to the needs in aviation, for example, which not everybody is being aware of. Having worked in the ammonia industry, having worked for technology licensor, I really believe technology is ready to make green ammonia happening now. I'm very well aware that technology is on the development to make it easier to implement in new places, to make it even more energy efficient. But for now, we can move big steps. That's what I believe. So low carbon and e-ammonia demand is growing. Sector competition, in my opinion, is going to lead that there is a fast growing need for low carbon ammonia. And these value chains have to collaborate smartly. This slide has a lot of information. In the last 1.5 year conferences, I've been explaining the slide, building up through 10 slides. Okay, I will summarize. Left, the ammonia slide. The ammonia graph is a summary of last 2 years reports, forecasts, scenarios on where ammonia could go, with a kind of analysis on what could be feasible. The high demand, 900 million tons of ammonia needed by 2050. If you would really top up all the high demands, you would exceed that number. So this is already a little bit downgraded. You see a growth in existing uses, fertilizer. Whether it's going to be that much has to be seen, because world population is growing, which would require a need for more fertilizer, more food, more fertilizer. On the other side, diet is changing, which might decline that. Shipping, the volumes shown here is reflecting half the amount which shipping needs. So that could be reasonable. And then the hydrogen carrier part is always the part which is most difficult to define, because when do you define ammonia as a hydrogen carrier? Is it only when it's going to be cracked back to hydrogen and being filled in the pipelines, or is it also when it's going to be used as ammonia to power? But in the end, there's a big spread in these numbers out of a lot of reports. The middle one is the same analysis on methanol. The difficulty on this one is that the reports on methanol have not been sufficiently granular to also look into the user cases beyond methanol. But one of the user cases upcoming is methanol to jet, methanol to kerosene. So that is changing this picture dramatically. Both ammonia and the methanol slide, you can have an overlay on blue and green ammonia, so low carbon and e-ammonia, and a mod methanol on biomethanol and e-methanol. And e-methanol can evenly be described with fossil CO2, cement, geogenic CO2, or biogenic CO2. Slide on the and of course the volumes are all dependent on regulations and the speed towards 2030 and 2050 on the market pickup as happening. Why I believe in a bigger role than depicted for ammonia and especially towards shipping industry than methanol is because of information by TNO, information by the Zero Carbon Shipping Center, the Mass McKinney Muller Center, information by Rystad Energy on scarcity of biogenic CO2. The graph is showing the cheapest biogenic CO2 as byproduct from bioethanol production. And the most expensive one, the dark blue one, coming from the CO2 from biogas plants, the light blue one from the power plants. So these are all biogenic CO2 sources already from biomass already having been used. Observe the values, roughly $100 per ton CO2. Exclusive transport cost of $50 to $150. So this would mean a price easily between $150 and $250 for a ton of CO2 to start producing methanol. CO2 only, so not even having the green hydrogen. If you then look into the aviation reports on the amount of biogenic CO2 biomass needed on normal sustainable aviation fuel, but also the CO2 for eSAF, that demand is as big as shipping only, and that demand is regulated in the EU similarly on the amount of CO2 which is going to be needed. So aviation, in my opinion, is going to outcompete shipping for the biogenic carbon needs. Rystad Energy reports indicate the price for biogenic CO2 storage, which currently in Europe is being promoted regulatory. So that means that this CO2 is not going to be available for shipping or aviation because it's easier to simply store it. Secondly, especially in Europe, the CO2 storage might be scarce as well, which would drive up the CO2 prices even further. On e-methanol as such, we know the EU regulations that by 2040 fossil CO2 is not recognized in the merit order. So that also would mean that smart companies would not invest in an e-methanol plant based upon a fossil point source, because you only have 15 years to write off your project. 15 years is simply too short. Normally, this would be done 20 years. So there is where I see a challenge from regulation. So having these views on biogenic carbon availability and then the needs in different sectors, I think ammonia is going to succeed in long distance shipping. Ammonia Energy Association's September update on announced projects. The Ammonia Energy Association is mapping globally all the projects and ranking them between firm and mature. And firm means operating or having an offtake agreement already on the construction, and mature being close to that. So based upon all the public announcements, the Ammonia Energy Association believes that 47 million tons per annum of low carbon ammonia can hit the market by 2030. For the maritime industry tipping point, 5% of the fuels, we only would need 30 million tons of ammonia for the shipping. So in principle, the excuse of lack of supply doesn't exist. There's sufficient capacity on stream. And of course, part of this capacity already it can be absorbed in the local market because ammonia plants in a few in Europe are closing down. So this would lead to larger import. But in the end, the volumes are expected to hit the market by 2030. On shipping side, we see the same thing happening. There are already 5 vessels in the waters, which are demonstrators running on ammonia when needed to be demonstrated. Tugboats and offshore supply vessels. On the announcements, 415 vessels have been announced with the term ammonia in it. We have to distinguish between these because 261 are ammonia ready. And ammonia ready is a very difficult term to put a value on, because it might be that they only have an empty space where they can put an ammonia tank. It might be that they already have a vent system, but they definitely cannot run on ammonia. They need an overhaul, a revamp. But the ammonia fueled vessels, of course, all dual fuel vessels, 154. In principle, they could hook up somewhere at the bunker place, bunker ammonia, and start running the very moment they hit the water. And hitting the water, 69 are to some extent firmly ordered. And we've seen announcements, and these firm orders, these 69, are a match between announcements and the announcements that the 2 main engine suppliers have been given on deliverables. And the first of these vessels are hitting the waters next year and 27. So we definitely do see ammonia shipping fuel happening. And the ports are ready. Port of Rotterdam did a successful test. Port of Singapore did a successful test. Port of Pilbara did a successful test. So in the end, the main ports are preparing to facilitate this happening. And yes, of course, ammonia carriers. The surprising part compared to 4 or 5 years ago are that bulk carriers are there as well. And container vessels, I think the best example is the firm order by Yara to together with North Sea Container Line and CMB Tech from Antwerp on having a container vessel, ammonia fueled, on order. So it is happening both on the supply side as on the offtake side. I was allowed to use these most recent data from the Ammonia Energy Association. So we do a lot of work to over 200 members, and our annual conference is in Houston this year, where we will dive into what we did last year and where the focus is going to be next year. And in collaboration with other associations, Ammonia Energy Association is growing in advisory role to with other associations as well. So giving input to IMO, giving input to the Getting to Zero Coalition, about to be published a gas detector guideline, which can be used by all those who need to start working with ammonia. And as indicated, I'm working myself on FAQs with a team to be published soon, and start working also on the safety aspect a lot further. So I hope, and I mean, I think I'm praying to the converted, but I think it's a lot more positive than what media does believe if you look to the data on the growth of clean ammonia, blue, green, as well as the progress on the electrochemical routes. Thank you. Yeah, I think it depends on the time, but otherwise the question is also. Yes, please. The AEA keeps on working with IMO and other organizations as well. In the end, it's an IMO principle, United Nations versus US issue. But I would assume, as what we had with in the past with other regulations in IMO as well, that because you have local waters, international waters, that if shit hits the fan, I think there could be a solution on on sailing on one fuel on one side and the other fuel on the other side to get it going. But I don't have a clear answer on nowadays political threats. Yep.
I have a question on the ammonia engines. Let's say if you compare the dual fuel engines versus the purely ammonia engines, how do they compare in terms of economics, in terms of efficiency, etc.? You have some input on that?
You have to ask the two suppliers. I'm not in engine manufacturing. In principle, the dual fuel is that they can run on either or. It's not that they run on a mixture. On my learnings from the visits I had is that also, so with respect to pilot fuels and also and needing on average, I think, a 5% of diesel into an ammonia engine, that also is valid for methanol and LNG engines when starting before you automatically run. And that's, of course, until everything is perfect, doable with a bio version of a diesel and future improvements on ignition. But in the end, the huge engines which are being implemented are, in principle, you can run them on ammonia only with some pilot fuel. So the dual fuel aspect is that you can switch from your diesel tank to your ammonia tank and vice versa, but not necessarily that they have to run on both.
Hi, excuse me, Dan Skelton, Clean Air Power. Energy security question. Are you concerned about the production of ammonia in Europe? As we discussed last night, we've seen the UK close down some of its ammonia production plants. And would that put us in a position where we're reliant on imports and maybe reflect some of the problems we've had with gas import into the region?
I can give you my answer. I think you should repeat that question to Stephen Jackson, representing Ammonia Europe, later on. In principle, ammonia industry has been moving around the world since it existed. It started in Europe with urea linked to the black coal and the coke gas. Then it moved to the US linked to the associate gas of the oil exploration. Then it moved to the Middle East when the oil and gas was found there. Then it moved back, the investments at least, to the US with the shale gas, and in the future to move to the places where the most beneficial renewables does exist. So that's one. Then on the energy security and Europe, as such, conventional ammonia and blue ammonia is only one molecule downstream of natural gas, and natural gas is a tradable commodity. In the 80s, 90s, we all thought, oh, why should you put all this energy in liquefying gas in order that you can ship it? Nowadays, in Europe especially, we're happy that it exists. Ammonia is simply another tradable energy commodity, which you can diversify. The beauty on green ammonia is that you can at least do locally some of your own production, balancing it out, depending on where you are. So I would not be too concerned on that. And then from European point of view, Europe is an ammonium nitrate fertilizer-based continent, which is an exception in the rest of the world where urea is traded. So as such, fertilizer and food in Europe can survive with traded imported ammonia, combined with some local production. That's how I see it. This would be entirely different if Europe would have been a urea continent, because for urea you need an additional CO2 as well. But with nitrate, you can source your ammonia wherever you want in the world. And that's not different from trading or sourcing gas currently. But more challenging in nowadays society than a few years ago. Yes.
In response to this question here, in terms of the, sorry, this is out of joint now, but in terms of the two engines, if you've got your dual fuel engine, the economics are favourable if you're having to do some switching. So like Rob was saying, if there's rising political tensions and therefore you can't use your low carbon fuels and stuff like that. From what I understand though, from the engineering and the sort of combustion aspect, is if you have a pure ammonia engine, you will have a better return from your fuel and you'll have less particulates and sort of pollutants that come out of the end. So ideal is pure ammonia, but then obviously there are benefits to having a dual fuel engine as well, depending when the market is developing as well.
Okay, I want to thank you very much, Rob, and thank you also for the questions of our audience. We need to move now to the next session, which is our policy panel. Could you please bring the microphones here so we can put them? Yeah. So I would like to call Mr. Lucas Vernert, please. Andries Griffroy is joining us on online, and I think I've seen that he's connected. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Griffroy.
Good morning.
Okay, good to hear you. Stephen Jackson, please. And then, of course, Dr. Laura Norris and our dear moderator, Christian.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Christian Kallesø. I'm from DTI as well as Christopher. I'm heading our Center for Functional Materials. And today we have a panel about policies, regulatory support. And I'm joined by, we have Lucas Wernert. And I think I will come to all of you, but let's start with a small introduction for each of you. So Lucas, if you would give a few words on you and what you work with in DG Energy.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My job in DG Energy is I'm leading the team that develops the regulatory framework for hydrogen in the energy field that covers questions like the regulatory framework for operating our future hydrogen networks, the hydrogen decarbonized gases package that we adopted not so long ago, questions of hydrogen certification. So what is green hydrogen? What is low carbon hydrogen? And of course, also the derivatives. And that's what we are discussing here today. And then also questions of, it's a bit funny, the question of international cooperation with our international partners on those topics.
Online, we have Andres Kudfroy. Sorry for not pronouncing that correct. Andres, you're a member of the European Committee of the Regions. Will you also put a few words on your local work or your daily work?
Yes, thank you. And thank you to invite me. And I'm sorry that I have to be online. Don't worry about my family name. You know, that's a very difficult one. It's a French family name, but I'm from the member of the Flemish Parliament and dedicated also to the Committee of the Regions. The topics of one of the topics which is concerned for me is everything about climate and energy, but specifically also because Flanders is a very important chemical cluster. It's a hub for chemical industry. So we are, in fact, a lot of our time we are thinking about not only thinking, but also the framework concerning not only the green hydrogen, but also the green ammonia, but not only the green part, but also the blue. If you can study about that cross-border projects, how we can support it, about acceptance, etc. And we try to find that for all these things a good framework, but we come back on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have Stephen Jackson, CEO of Ammonia Europe. And we already have some questions already from the audience, but let's start with you or what you work with daily.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me and look forward to our discussion. Maybe a few words about Ammonia Europe. We're a newly established business association based in Brussels. Our mission is to decarbonize our existing value chains and assets in Europe, as well as develop the new end uses for ammonia. And so that is in maritime energy, whether it be power production or storage, and what we call the hydrogen enabler, meaning that it's way easier to transport ammonia than it is to transport hydrogen globally. So that's what we're focusing on in terms of mission. Our membership represents the entire value chain, so all the major producers in Europe, as well as transportation and logistics players, technology providers, and obviously the new end uses of ammonia, whether it be in maritime and in energy. Our main role here in Brussels is to work alongside Lucas's team on hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. So involved in, yes, I mean, we've been involved in Refinobil a little while back, in the low carbon hydrogen definition as we speak, and many other pieces of legislation. We also work on certification. So we've got our own certification scheme, which we launched at the beginning of the year to be able to certify renewable, low carbon and biomethane ammonia. And finally, being ammonia, we focus also our efforts on safety and ensuring safety requirements are met, and especially talking about developing new value chains and ensuring that safety requirements are baked into those new end uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Professor Laura Norris.
Doctor, not professor quite yet.
Dr. Laura Norris from the University of Cardiff.
Mhm.
And you work also with the shipping uptake. And
Yes.
your work.
Yeah, I don't actually work with anyone else on the panel though, so I'm feeling a little of an outlier. No, I'm an economic geographer, so my specialism is looking at innovation and how you link that up with regional economic development and the role of regions, policy, and all that type of stuff in promoting technology uptake and acceptance. So I'm part of the Marin NH3 project. So we are a predominantly engineering project that's looking at sort of, across the range of ammonia combustion aspects, but I lead on 2 work packages that look at the socioeconomics and the legislation around green ammonia and how we might encourage uptake. And this is looking at sort of conversations with governments. So as part of our team, we have the all UK-based, the DFT, the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. So it's having conversations with governments, but also speaking with industry who are sort of trying to operationalize these activities.
Thank you very much. So if we start at the European level, Lucas, from the Commission's perspective, what do you see as Brussels' most important priorities to accelerate the uptake of, we can say, green or blue ammonia? It's a broad question, but yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And maybe let me start by saying I had to smile when I read the title of the conference that said, "What can Brussels do for ammonia?" I mean, I think I'd like to start by saying, what's Brussels? I think Brussels is all of us. I mean, in our different roles at member state level, association, political representation, and so on. So I think it's really something for all of us. And Brussels is just a place where we might virtually or physically meet. Having said that, your question on sort of what can we do in Brussels and around Brussels to improve the situation, the market setup for sectors working with ammonia. Let me just recall briefly what we have. I mean, many of you are very familiar with the framework, but I'd just like to say that we, I think, in the European Union are the geography, the jurisdiction with the most advanced regulatory framework. I mean, the UK is also very advanced, but I think in the European Union we are similarly or slightly ahead when it comes to the framework that we offer to green and blue ammonia, I would say, to simplify, but also, of course, other low carbon forms. And our intention there is, of course, that as part of the Clean Industrial Deal, as part of our decarbonisation ambition, we want to put in place a framework that is comprehensive, that is robust, that gives certainty for investors. And while we want to decarbonize, we also want to offer our companies the possibility to be really world leading by decarbonizing early. And of course, I'm aware that this leads to some important challenges that we are discussing. And we are also expecting the member states to play their role because, as we know, decarbonized solutions in the hydrogen space are still very expensive and require the right measures. And I would also like to say my understanding is that the ammonia sector is crucial for the achievement of the EU's climate targets because of its share in the EU emissions currently, and it's certainly also a strategic sector when it comes to our strategic autonomy for different reasons, because it feeds into many very important sectors. So what do we have? We have, of course, the Renewable Energy Directive that I think for me is really a top priority at the moment when it comes to implementation. Why? Because member states need to put in place sectoral targets for the rollout of renewable hydrogen in industry and transport. It's a very challenging topic, and we are discussing intensely with the member states. We've had rounds of discussions with them, what they can do, especially with those in where ammonia plays an important role. Netherlands, we know them, Germany, Netherlands, Poland are very much concerned there. And we really expect the member states, I mean, transposition date was the 21st of May. We really expect them to move with measures to enable the rollout of renewable hydrogen and its derivatives in the industry sector, and that needs the right incentives that we do not see yet. I would say the second topic are lead markets. I mean, it has been put forward in the Clean Industrial Deal. You will be aware that currently our colleagues in DG GROW are focusing on lead markets in other sectors that are not, I would say, directly relevant for ammonia, but they can indirectly be maybe in the future. We're now talking steel, aluminium, and cement. But I think I would also like to learn from you maybe what thoughts you have on lead markets in the ammonia space, because I think there have been some ideas floated on fertilizer and others. That links also then to EU support in the agricultural field, I guess. The third topic that I would like to raise is infrastructure. I think we have a very clear priority for the development of the EU's hydrogen infrastructure. I've myself worked on the establishment of the first list of priority hydrogen infrastructure projects of common interest that included, if I'm remembering well, 6 ammonia terminals, 5 or 6, and we are now working on the second list for which I think about 14 terminals have been submitted that can be important for diversifying or for also having international options for ammonia sourcing. And rollout is not as quick as expected, but I think it's really important, especially for the production of ammonia, of renewable ammonia. There are locations where it's better. There are others where it's more challenging, and the right pipelines can certainly help. The fourth topic is funding support. I mean, of course, the funding support is enormous, and at the European level, with our tiny budget, we will never really make a huge difference, but we can, of course, incentivize certain aspects. I think the European Hydrogen Bank, despite some project cancellation, is a very effective tool. We are now, and you probably as well, are looking at the terms of reference of the third auction that will be kicked off end of this year. And I think it's good news that there is a dedicated window for the maritime sector for renewable and low carbon hydrogen that I think is totally relevant, and also for the ammonia sector. And there are other funding possibilities that we can still talk about. And then finally, I think for us, the top priority is to complete the framework. We've already mentioned, I mean, we are right now working hard to make sure that by the 10th of November, the European Parliament and Council will not oppose the entry into force of the Delegated Act for Low Carbon Hydrogen. And I think that's where I would stop in terms of top priorities at the moment.
Maybe I'll just go a bit deeper into it. It's all about incentives. And we see a lot of the large energy projects in Europe are being at least delayed right now. What are these incentives? How can we push this even further?
I mean, as I said, I think the funding possibilities that we have will also, under the new MFF, with all the new priorities that we have, defense and others, will not grow significantly. But I think, for example, the announcement of the decarbonisation bank in the clean industrial deal that, I mean, in the communication mentioned up to 100 billion of funding, I think can be also, if done well, a push to the ammonia sector. I think that's something that you will have, I'm sure, already have been working on to influence that in the right direction. Incentives, I think, I mean, there is, of course, also the question of what we can do with our regulatory framework. I mean, regulatory stability, I think, for us is very important. I know that many of you, I'm sure, have been involved in the RFMBO discussion, and we are recognizing that this might be challenging more challenging than we expected for some companies. But at the same time, we really do not want, after really long and hard discussions on the topic, to jeopardize the ramp up of the sector by jumping to any quick conclusions. So we're working on a study. We can discuss that in more detail. That will hopefully bring insights there. And yeah, then there are also other important legislative works, CBAM revision, ETS new revision next year, and we are working on a CCUS legal framework.
Thank you very much. Andres, I will skip your last name now, sorry. If we move more to the regional level, what do you see as the biggest political barriers holding back green or blue ammonia acceptance?
Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, I want to make no discussion about the term or about what is ammonia. You have to be clear, ammonia is in fact an energy carrier, and it can be used for seasonal storage. And if you look then to seasonal storage I mean then for renewable energy. And then comes, of course, the first question: do we have enough renewable energy to maintain that kind of seasonable storage? And this is depending from region to region. And then you come to the local level. If you look, for example, to Flanders, or look even to Brussels, which is also a region, well, I don't think there are a lot of renewable energy possible, because you're a flat country, high dense population, you have a lot of industry, chemical industry, etc. So it's quite difficult to install a lot of renewable energy. Of course, there are spots in Europe where you have, for example, if you look to Sweden, if you look to the Baltic states, if you look even to the North Sea, if you look to Austria, because they have a lot of hydropower, etc., etc., etc. And there you can talk about seasonal storage. And then you see that for the seasonal storage, in fact, the technological part is okay. You see even at, we have even in Flanders already some project like Plasma2X and DARE2X, where they show that decentralized production is feasible, let us say, on the technological part, but of course, it's much more costly. The price is much higher than if you can import the green or blue ammonia. Green or blue hydrogen is a little bit more difficult, as already explained, because of pressure and other, but the ammonia is in fact feasible, and it's much more affordable, much cheaper to import it coming into our harbors, and our harbors has to be ready, than to organize your decentralized production. Secondly, if you talk about this decentralization, there's also the problem of acceptance, because if you like it or not, but it still remains a CEFISO company. This means that you have stronger rules for permitting if you want to install that kind of installations. And that's very important. You cannot say, well, it just, besides our little church, we will plant something like an ammonia plant. No, that's not possible. So you have this permitting. And for that reason, what you have to do is then locally and on the regional level, and there I think is much difficult to do it on the national or even not on the European level, is thinking about how I will make my my permitting. For example, you can start for a framework for installations, for example, from 5 to 20 megawatt, which is not that big, and starting that this kind of regulation for the framework, for the permitting, is a kind of a standardization. Standardization confirming that what you need on this piece of ground has to be besides the harbor or not, etc. So that you have that kind of, let us say, standardization and the regulations that you can work with, that what we call the sandbox procedures, with CEFISO regulation, with even the communication with your neighborhood, with the people around, living around, because this is important. So that's what we are trying to work on our Flemish level and also with the Committee of the Regions, is knowing that the ammonia is in fact a carrier and is very important for the seasonal storage. If you talk about decentralization, the technology part is over there, but the funding is not over there, and you need it because it's much more expensive. And secondly, you have this huge problem about permitting, which is also connected with acceptance because of your CEFISO regulations, because of the industry. But it's not like making pralines or chocolate, as something else, ammonia. And so you have to explain to people what is, for what we can ammonia use. And we see it also, for example, in our harbor of Antwerp. This ammonia is also used, for example, just for the production of the fertilizers. And of course, for these companies who are producing fertilizers, if they can use it, if you can do it with green ammonia, well, this is very good for the CO2 level. So of course they want to also to use it just as a raw material, but I think we have to go further with this green ammonia. Like I've heard in the first speech, that you can also use it for vessels, etc. This could be, of course, a very nice solution, but then you need smaller harbors where you can load your ships, etc. This means also tank terminaling. This means also maybe sometimes a kind of a small grid, but you will not install a harbor or a small grid if there is not a demand, because there can be a possibility to import, and you can maybe have a possibility to produce it, but you need also a demand before you can install grids, etc. So that's roughly what we try to do on the local level, if you talk about the decentralization of the green ammonia, green or blue ammonia, because, you know, I don't like that very much, that discussion, because for me, blue ammonia is also okay, yeah, because in the transition going to the green ammonia, you first need your blue ammonia. Let's very clear on that topic. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Stephen, I'll move on to you. So we heard from Rob that technically we are very far, but what do you see when you look across the entire value chain? Where are the biggest barriers right now slowing down the ammonia adoption?
Well, I think first in terms of ammonia, just setting the scene a bit in Europe. I mean, our production capacity is about 17 million tons. At the moment, we are actually at reduced capacity, so our output is lower than what we could actually do. There have been a number of reasons for that. I mean, one has been that we've been completely undercut by Russian fertilizers. And so that has been partially addressed at EU level. So we're not imposing sanctions, but actual tariffs on Russian fertilizers. And then two, really, I mean, it's the investment required in terms of decarbonisation compared to what importers could do. So basically, it's really a cost element. And so obviously, being Ammonia Europe, we want to continue producing in Europe. I think sometimes people don't quite realize how stretched actually the existing value chain is. I mean, obviously we do fertilizers, but we do chemicals, we do glues, we do AdBlue. We're actually very useful also in explosives, TNT, and so defense applications as well. So obviously we need to continue producing in Europe the conventional value chains. That is very important. But in doing so, yes, in decarbonizing our assets, cost is a very big problem. I mean, compared to sort of conventional ammonia production, when you're talking about refinable ammonia, you're kind of multiplying it by 3 or 4. So that is very high, at least produced in Europe. And then what we would say is, well, for ammonia, I think, because I mean, I used to be in the hydrogen sector, and the hydrogen sector, one of the difficulties is that the hydrogen has always been a sort of intermediary gas and never really used as an end-use gas, which is an issue we do not have as ammonia. So we can actually rely on an existing value chain. And I think that's really an asset because, well, we produce it, we store it, we transport it, and we use it in different value chains. But the problem is now developing the new end uses and ensuring that the fuel is available and available at cost for the new demand markets. And so there, obviously, we are predominantly targeting the maritime sector and pushing hard for the adoption of the IMO framework. I mean, we share similar concerns about the US trying to torpedo the whole agreement. We do think that when you look at the maritime sector and the way it is structured, the US maybe doesn't weigh quite as much as it does in other sectors. And we do have good chances of getting it through, but that's definitely what we want. And so for us, for the new value chains, it's really stimulating demand. Demand. We need those demand signals, and we need the price of clean fuels to come down. So I say that would be really our main concern there. And then I think afterwards I'll speak a bit more about policy in the next question. But I think for the industry now, that would be really one of the key points.
Yes, let's move on to the next question then. If we talk about what is missing from policymakers, I think you touched a bit about it, but what do we need from policymakers and stakeholders to give the industry the confidence to invest at scale?
Well, I do think that on the production side, we need to enable different production pathways in order to do so. You know, some sectors talk about CCS because they do not want to do renewable. In our case, it's not really opposing the two, because ammonia and producing ammonia, we are a natural candidate for CCS. In most cases, actually, we already do it. We sell the CO2 to food and beverage companies. It is something within our process that we do already, not in all plants, but that we do. And obviously we do when we produce urea as well, reusing CO2. But so we would say, I mean, talking about price and price of production, I mean, I think maybe Lucas won't really agree on this one, but we do find that on the Renewable Energy Directive side, things are a bit complicated. And the Delegated Act in particular, we find that the Delegated Act artificially actually increases the price of hydrogen and ammonia. I think, like all things, it's a matter of reaching a balance and ensuring that basically what's happening at the moment, that the Green Deal and the competitiveness deal are coming together, and that's where the balance should be found. So that is on the temporal correlation, not going further than monthly, and maybe having additionality kicking in a bit later. That's clearly our view on the Refinobio side of things. Then on the low carbon ammonia side of things, we would like to encourage actually the adoption of the existing Delegated Act, which was released by your services. We have to say that, well, there's been a leak that was circulated in Brussels. We were a bit concerned by the approach on default values and markups and the way it was formulated. We're very happy with how this has now been changed, and we think that with this framework, it is actually conducive to CCS ammonia. So we would like to have it, well, not rejected, so that we can start releasing CCS ammonia. But speaking of which, I mean, then we can do low carbon ammonia, and we will have the definition to do so. But then it's true that within the policy framework, the recognition of low carbon ammonia is maybe not huge and deserves a bit of attention. I mean, we can fulfill certain targets, for example, in the maritime field, where it is permitted. But we would actually fancy having low carbon ammonia better represented within the policy framework. And then, I mean, linked to demand, which I was mentioning before, I mean, the low carbon labels linked to the Accelerator Act will be extremely important. I mean, we need to stimulate demand for low carbon products. And not only do we need to stimulate demand, but we need to make sure that the end use customer knows what he's buying, meaning that what is the carbon intensity of any given product, and therefore its related prices. This is particularly important as we are developing these new ecosystems, that transparency be ensured and that we be able to jumpstart the necessary trust. So there, when it comes to low carbon labels, I mean, we would be quite happy if certain industry schemes could potentially be used rather than going into setting up a whole framework again. That would take quite a bit of time. I do think that time is lacking, so we need to really speed up, because The rate of cancellations in terms of projects is actually quite staggering at the moment, so we need to act fast. And then maybe on policy, I'll just say a last word on the Critical Chemicals Act that comes from DG GROW, where there clearly we have been identified ammonia as one of the critical molecules linked to all the value chains we serve currently, I mentioned before, but also the new ones. And so they will be looking at targeted measures to support our existing producers in Europe and make sure that we make good use of those assets.
Thank you. And before we move on to you, Laura, Lucas, I don't know if you would like to comment on some of Stephen's comments.
I mean, I think Stephen's points are very well noted and also, I think, very well known. Of course, I'm happy to hear that you're supporting the Low Carbon Delegated Act, that I think where we really made a huge effort to take into account many different kinds of comments. And I think that the general impression that we have is that this is also recognized in the European Parliament. And I think we are rather confident, but it will still require lots of convincing and lots of work with the political decision makers. On the other points, I think I can fully relate to what you're saying from your industry position. And on the RFMBO Delegate Act, I mean, I already mentioned we are really looking into the effects on industry, and then we will consider possible policy options. But I mean, you will not be surprised to hear that we think that both for the temporal correlation and also for the, I mean, for all the aspects that it has, that we have put in place, we consider it very important to ensure sustainability of a possibly enormous electricity consumption that the hydrogen and derivative sectors will have. Yeah, but and the other points, I think, yes, happy to work with you and understand better also your ideas on lead markets and so on. But because I think we in our Director General can also help you, I mean, channel things inside our machinery, and I am happy to engage more.
Laura, let's move on to shipping. So your research from that, which areas like policy or practical, technical, where do we require the most action to speed up the adoption?
It's everywhere, which is kind of sort of a very sitting on the fence answer, I guess. But I mean, my role is a very whole systems approach. So I'm very lucky in that I get to go and speak to policymakers and industry and, you know, ship operators and people that work in ports. So my job is going to chat to people, which I highly recommend. But I think what we need, and I think, you know, sort of the speakers before me have all touched on all these aspects, is that combination of technology push aspects and then the policy pull aspects, because we're trying to change a whole industry, and that is going against market dynamics as well, because you highlighted we're talking about a product that isn't in existence to large quantities yet and is more costly than what's being used already. So, you know, anyone that's done any kind of business training would think that goes against market dynamics. So we are trying to look at changing the system. And I've had lots of conversations with people around sort of LNG and the sort of level of vertical integration that went on there. So Total and Shell using their own gas product and put it in their vessels. And that was seen as sort of, you know, the pilot projects that sort of helped inform policymakers what policy might look like and, you know, how this could work together. And it was this building, coalescing kind of iterative process. I think the one thing, we've spoken about the time of it taking on and projects getting cancelled, but I think there's also the time in which we're hoping to achieve this change. I mean, sustainability transitions or any industry transition usually takes about 50 years. And we're looking at achieving it for maritime decarb, we're looking at achieving it in 25 years. So we're having the time, and we're talking about an industry that's set to have increasing emissions because we're shipping more and more stuff. And so we're looking at the the emissions are going to rise. It's a growing industry, and then we need to pull it back. So I think when we come and looking at the practical and the policy, I think in terms of the conversations I've been having with people, I think you kind of need a sledgehammer to cut this time in half. And I think that sledgehammer lies in policy instruments. It doesn't have to be legislation necessarily, but we're looking at shortening market, natural market processes. So we need to tip and use particular levers within that. So that can be legislation, that not just only addresses decarbonisation, because we're getting a lot of maritime decarb legislation, but none of that sort of particularly lends to one technology or the other. Most of it's going towards biofuels because they're going to be the fastest to market. You've got your sort of your 1% clause that there needs to be 1% of hydrogen or ammonia by 2030. That much fuel, and that's quite a while. That's 20% of our transition already time ticked away. So there's aspects sort of the finance, providing money to help those projects. I mean, as I say, I'm part of Maritime 3. We are a £6 million research project. We're looking at the sort of the dynamics and the combustion elements of it, but there needs to be lots of these projects joining up together to be sort of getting the wealth of knowledge that we need in quite a short period of time. And then there's also then this sort of market distortion elements we need, the taxations and everything like that to tip in favour. And I think one thing as well made me think when we were speaking about renewable energy, I think for me it's very interesting. I work within pre-commercial tech quite a lot. And I think what's interesting for me in terms of the green hydrogen and the green ammonia aspect is that reliance on another innovation system. So it's that reliance on renewable energy. And I think there's a lot of coordination that needs to take place around that. And I think, the opportunities lie there is if you decentralize, if you look at coupling new renewables with, ammonia production or hydrogen production. So I think policy mainly, but, all those aspects need to be there. And there'll be a day I talk about my job without moving my hands, but it's not today.
Okay, yeah, so mainly policy, and of course, regulations and safety can also come under that. But what are the most critical gaps in building the confidence in terms of training and safety?
I think one of the things that's an advantage for ammonia versus hydrogen, and for me and for the project for Maritime 3, we are saying it's very much going to be a multi-fuel future. Whilst we're funded as a green ammonia project, it's a multi-fuel future. We're not going to hit 2050 in any kind of shape if we're saying it's only green ammonia. And as well, obviously, there's different fuel types are better suited for different vessels, different journeys, so on and so forth. But I think in terms of safety, we know a lot about the safe handling of ammonia anyway. We've got 80% of that journey because ammonia has been handled for hundreds of years. Before the times of HSE, so lots of lessons have been learned, and there's a lot of safety developed around that. It's this final sort of 20% of using it as a fuel is where we are developing, the guidelines a little bit more on that. So I think safety is very well taken care of. And in terms of the training, we've got some very well-trained, capable crew that are currently handling ammonia for transportation. They're too few, so there needs to be a massive ramping of training in terms of having enough seafaring crew that are capable of handling ammonia. And, we've had conversations with those ammonia trained crew, and they said that they would only feel, they would perhaps feel more comfortable if the whole crew was ammonia trained rather than just a number of specialists. So the training needs massive ramping, but again, this comes in line with this is expensive, and this comes in line with there needs to be the demand signals there that it's worthwhile for this to happen. But there's things happening in Wales. I'm Welsh, didn't know by the accent. You know, we have programs where the Welsh Government are providing funding for companies to reorient their training to be able to seek out new sectors. So that doesn't have to be then that this is saying it's only for ammonia. It's providing opportunities for sort of, you know, a local approach to it. I'm an economic geographer, so I'm interested in regions. So, you know, I think how this happens in the regions is going to be the important bit. And I think it's the scaling as well, you know, like with the safety, we're talking about the scaling, with the training, we're talking about scaling. But I think also as well is, you know, talking about how do we scale it down as well, because we've got ports sort of, you know, we've got Rotterdam, we've got Singapore, they are massive ports. They have huge resources in terms of, you know, economic, technical, everything. And yes, they are conducting these experiments, but my interest is how is this going to scale down for ports, you know, the ports in the UK. You know, I speak to some of the ports and some of their businesses, over 50% of their business is bunkering. But they don't know what fuel to pick because they don't think there's enough signals to say which fuel it's going to be. And then they don't know if they need to start redeveloping their infrastructure. And they're actually not directly responsible for the bunkering anyway, because there's a third party that conducts it. And I think when we look at how the nature of vessel journeys might change with a less dense fuel, we might need to have more ports providing ammonia as a bunkering option rather than less. So I think you're looking at scaling quite a lot of specialist knowledge quite quickly. And I know the green shipping corridors are sort of some way of doing this experimentation between a few, but I think, yeah, that's the challenge, is how real people living in real regions with neighbours that are the general public, how are they going to accept it? You know, Milford Haven are doing a lot around hydrogen acceptance at the moment because there's a hydrogen plant proposed. All that takes time. And I think this is the thing that's happening, is everyone's waiting on everyone else, which is taking even longer. And we've still got that 25 years to achieve it.
Good. Thank you. I think we still have some time to questions from the audience. So I will encourage people, also the industry, to ask questions to the panel if you have any.
Hello, hi, Dan Skelton, Clean Air Power. I'm not very diplomatic, and this is probably quite naive, but I think you said that you weren't producing ammonia to capacity in Europe, and I think you said we're still importing from Russia. Both of those things seem rather confusing to me. Should more work be done? I mean, we have tariffs on Russian imports. Is that what we have? But we have no sanctions. Maybe a bit controversially, that seems quite weak.
You're preaching to the choir. Yes, I mean, that has been basically an issue, been a backdoor for Russian fossil fuels. What you need to understand is, I mean, fertilizers go into the agricultural sector, hence farmers. And price sensitivity is extremely high. So then politically, what's your biggest problem? The farmers or Russia?
Can I just come back on that? I mean, I suppose my point is you've now got a problem not just with energy, but with food.
Of course.
You're compounding the problems, not helping.
No. So, I mean, it has taken time, and we're not gone down the sanctions route for fertilizers. We've gone down the tariff route, and it's progressive. And that is being implemented. So our producers, I wouldn't say breathing, but tiny bit of breathing space. So that's welcome. But as I said, I mean, one of the main issues there is price sensitivity when it comes to fertilizers for farmers. And politically, that's dangerous.
Hi, I'm Stan, Hydrogen Europe. You briefly touched upon, and I'm talking to Stephen, but I think it's also relevant for Lucas. You briefly touched upon the demand side incentives, lead markets, and you worked on the labeling for fertilizers or ammonia. And I'm just wondering, how do you see the role of demand side incentives? We're talking private procurement, public procurement. I mean, it's quite complicated to implement, I guess. Producer obligations. Do you see that as a viable way of ramping up demand for, I mean, clean ammonia in this case, but I guess clean products overall? Or is the focus, should the focus still be on things like ETS price, CBAM, and more sort of the producer paying side of things?
Well, my straight answer is both. I mean, we need to bring the price down. This is the main problem. That's what I've been saying. So we absolutely need to bring the price down. And also identify, I mean, when you talk about lead markets, it's who's actually going to pay, you know? I mean, let's be honest about this. We consumers, at the end, are the ones who are going to pay. We can, you know, make lots of complicated graphs and discussions. At the end of the day, that's what's going to happen. Thing is, when you're talking about a lead market with ammonia and conventional market on fertilizers, as I said, price sensitivity is extremely high because you're looking at agricultural sector and farmers. Therefore, the willingness to pay is extremely low. So when you're talking about a lead market, it won't come from there. Potentially, it will go to the agri-food companies. I think that's a better target in terms of passing on the cost. But as I said, let's be very honest, at the end of the day, we'll be paying for it. Then when we talk about lead markets, I mean, that's the obvious one, and this is something I've been mentioning, is that we can rely on an existing market as ammonia, which is great. But for us, our main lead market is maritime, and the maritime sector. I mean, just to give you an idea, I mean, the global ammonia production is a little under 200 million tons. If annually, if you were to use ammonia in shipping, you could basically double that market between now and 2050. So for us, it's an absolute no-brainer. And if we are to talk about a lead market, it's that one. Absolutely. And those decisions are taken now because, I mean, obviously there's the IMO decision, which is popping up. But whatever ship order you're doing today, you're stuck with the ship for the next 25 to 30 years. So basically, you're complying today for 2050. So it's very important that these decarbonized shipping orders actually happen now.
Okay, thank you.
May I also answer on that question and on the previous question? I found the question quite interesting, and I will say it in other words. It's of course a question of the price. So what he was saying was quite right as an answer. But how comes that the price has to be so high? And I'm also looking to the European level, because we see that, for example, on local level, there are a lot of willing and doing projects. And of course, you can try then to make a standardization. If you talk about permitting, you can talk about harbor directives, which is also a local issue. And you can make training for fire departments and harbor operators, etc., etc., etc. But at the end, the cost is also made by the color of your ammonia and your hydrogen. And that's also why the sector is asking to the European level, let's give also possibility to this low carbon ammonia, hydrogen, or clean ammonia or hydrogen, because of course it's right that price is important at a certain moment, and if we cannot produce it by ourselves, by decentralization, what was also the topic of this meeting, and what we have to do to make it more decentralized, the production, so that we are less dependent from regions outside Europe, if it's not Russia or Argentina or other countries, or even shale gas from America. If we can do it more by ourselves, then we have also to look to our own directives, certificates, etc. if you are not going too far. And that's, of course, also the whole discussion that we have to look at it. Otherwise, the price will never be going down, and we will never always be confronted with the issue that if you want to have a decentralized production, the willing is there, the projects can be there, but there is no business case. Thank you.
Raffaele Ostuni, Casale. I have a question for Lucas. Can you comment, do you see supporting decarbonization of the existing assets in Europe as a priority, and what specific measures are there to help this decarbonization of the existing plants?
I think that, of course, you always have the choice between decarbonizing existing assets or investing depending on the industry. I think in the specific case of the ammonia producing industry, I think the decarbonization is a very big financial challenge given the situation in many different member states. I mean, you probably would need to look at member state by member state, but I understand in some member states it's really tricky. And adding on a CCS unit, for example, will sometimes have prohibitive costs. So do I consider the priority? Yes, certainly. And I think that these are questions of, I mean, industrial policy, like what industries are we able to keep in which places at what cost? As far as the policies that I'm involved in, of course, I mean, I think there is the Innovation Fund. There are some funding possibilities. There are regional funds that one could tap into. So yes, I think it definitely is a priority. There's a question of jobs. There's a question of regional value creation. I think we always have to see this then in the whole context of we have limited funds for the energy transition, and we need to do a lot in many different sectors. And the question is, what can member states afford to invest in specific situations? I think we try what we can in terms of putting in place a framework that will actually allow CCS, for example, and then you spoke about the use of CO2 in different industries where it makes sense then to transport it. Of course, this also will have a cost. But I think this is a very, very challenging question that we are discussing with the member states that are concerned, that have big ammonia productions. I don't have a ready-made answer to your point, but I think it is really recognized as the question. Of course, then you can say, or one can reflect on what possibilities do you have of combining of renewable with and so on. I mean, there are some possibilities of mixing different ammonias or different inputs in different depending on the setting of the different factories. So yeah, very important question. If we had an easy answer, we would already have developed it, I guess.
Yes, on Rob Stevens. On the price, the cost, are we doing the right storytelling on price versus value? Paying more for our green nylon ammonia-based port gear to run faster when being flooded? In case of the farmer, paying slightly more on fertilizer. In the end, we paying 4 cents more on a loaf of bread. Yes, it's a cost, but in the end, the value is that we do not have climate disasters and crops and food being destroyed. So are we doing the right storytelling, Laura, Stephen?
I agree with you on that. And I was thinking of everyone speaking here, and I think there's one thing that we're missing out as well is aspects of justice and just transitions, and how we look at how the decarbonisation of one industry in one region affects either the activities within that region or how it displaces jobs to another region. You know, in Wales, we were an industrial sort of, you know, titan for years and years and years. We are where beer in a can was invented, in my hometown, because we had tin plate. And we needed a market for tin plate. And what was a good way of getting some tin plate going out elsewhere was putting beer in the can and shipping it. So, you know, there's some of this sort of innovation and invention that comes out of necessity. And I think, you know, when you were speaking about farmers going for the cheapest fertilizer, I don't know how connected the general public are with how their food is produced, how polluting those processes are, and whether, you know, there's a market for organic. Could there not be a market for a low carbon way of doing it as well? And then thinking in terms of the justice and how we pursue and how we might accelerate, not using money unnecessarily or using regional economic development money. You know, in Wales, we got the Milford Haven Port Authority, who are a trust port, so they're owned by their community. And they're doing all kinds of wonderful things. They've sort of accelerated the uptake of marine energy in Wales. They're now sort of facilitating hydrogen uptake. RWE have, because it used to be, the Milford Haven used to be a large energy port. Obviously, oil and gas are declining. And what was happening, there was this narrative of people leaving. A lot of them were the men. Again, coming back to justice and gender issues, a lot of it were men were leaving their families behind in Pembrokeshire. It was a beautiful place to live and they had a wonderful quality of living, but then they were going and working elsewhere to be able to sort of get the jobs that they needed. And there was an uptake by community groups of pursuing new industry that could bring families back together. And this is where the marine energy stuff came from. So I think we forget that it's, yes, there's policy, yes, there's governments, yes, there's industry, but there's also people who have real lives and are motivated to do stuff to make it better for themselves. And then research I've done in Port Talbot, some of you might have heard of Port Talbot if you're at all keyed into UK steel policy or politics. You know, Port Talbot is a huge industrial town and the steelworks, obviously, decarbonisation being part of the narrative has seen a massive decrease in jobs. But what's interesting there is people love where they live, which sounds very basic, and we don't think about it when we're talking about policy or, you know, the price of anything, but they love where they live so much. They don't mind so much that they've had to retrain and reorient and go for new industry. They also see the wider narrative in the justice element of, we know decarbonisation needs to happen, and we're glad that if we can be part of that narrative to make things better. So I think just, yeah.
I think honestly, there's not much point opposing the two. I mean, it's a bit in Brussels, you know, for the past 5 years, we've been talking about the Green Deal and green credentials. And now for the next 5 years, we're going to be talking about competitiveness. And that's just what's happening. But the thing is, not either or. I think we would be smart in crafting policy and designs and approaches whereby we can actually achieve both. There's no reason why we could not decarbonize and be competitive, you know. And so I think it's really a matter of bringing the two together, and this is what I hope we're doing actually within this next legislature.
I just wanted to add one last thing about what Laura was saying about talking about people, because we are conducting a study to understand in the region of Valencia, for example, in Spain, what would people think about having decentralized green ammonia plants in their area. And the answers are really surprising. There is much more concern about energy independence and local pollution, that people are ready to make trade-offs. If safety is explained very well to them and demonstrated, there is a will to accept to have these local plants at the local level, because the concern number one was really energy independence, and that was very surprising. So I think we need really to start considering what is it that people have to say, what are they ready to accept and to do, as also one inherent part of this development of green ammonia that we are talking about. I don't know if you, we just aware about the time, so we do not
time, yes.
take time from the next
so
panel.
thank you to the panel. Thank you
Thank
to all
you.
of you, and thank you to the audience for your questions.
Yes, ready to go? Ready to go. Thank you for inviting me again on stage, being allowed to try to moderate this excellent panel of experts in their field, with a common factor that we will talk, of course, ammonia, a lot of ammonia. My name is Rob Stevens. Also for those online who didn't get my speech this morning, I'm representing the Ammonia Energy Association as well as the Dutch Institute of Sustainable Post-Technology, and working on public perception, safety, and ammonia to power projects in the two organizations. I'm happy on having this panel of experts with me, and I would like to give the word to each individual to introduce themselves, starting with Rafael beside me.
Thanks, Rob, and good morning, everyone. Raffaele Ostuni. I'm representing Casale out of Switzerland. Casale is a global technology provider and solution provider to the ammonia and fertilizer industry. We are 100 years old. We are present in ammonia industry since its inception. We cover today with our technology solution 95% of ammonia value chain, including the derivatives. We have a technology portfolio that extends from hydrogen to ammonia, nitric acid, urea, as well as methanol. Really enthusiastic about implementing sustainable solutions into the ammonia industry and derivatives. So for us, it's really a pleasure to be here and part of this industry panel. Happy to also contribute to the discussion.
Hi, my name's Dan Skelton. I'm the CEO of Clean Air Power. We're a technology company that are actually in the middle of a pivot. So we provide ammonia and hydrogen injection technology to the market for industrial applications. So we do supply into fuel cells, we supply into hydrogen combustion engines, but the area where we see most potential actually is in ammonia combustion. And so we're supplying into reciprocating engines, we're supplying into opposed piston engines, and we're in the privileged position that we can see the activity in the field on ammonia usage. At this point in time, we believe that we're in a good position to actually move into the energy market. We've secured a couple of projects, one of which is the Clean Maritime demonstration competition in the UK, where by the end of March next year, we'll have a generator on 100% ammonia for shoreside power application. But the opportunity we see is going after that grid balancing market and really using ammonia as the fuel to replace natural gas for clean combustion.
Mike.
Hello, my name's Mike Turk. I'm a director with DARE2X. The company was formed in late 2023. We are currently commercializing a two-stage process to produce ammonia using renewable power. The first one is plasma, as the name of the company might imply. It's also non-thermal. That primary step is to capture nitrogen in the form of NOxes and dissolve them into, at this point, into water, producing nitrous acid. And the second stage is an electrocatalytic reduction of that to ammonia. The business has, over the last 18 months, particularly, we've primarily been focusing on the plasma stage, mainly because that's the foundation and the area where we think there's the greatest opportunity for initial commercialization. That doesn't mean to say we are not also considering the further step to reduce the NOxes into ammonia. The biggest challenge is that first step, though. So we're now just producing or moving towards a pilot scale project early next year. So that's roughly where we're at.
Thank you, Mark. Johannes?
My name is Ioannis Spiropoulos. I am an environmental engineer working for Lomartov, and we mostly perform techno-economical analysis, and we are a proud member of the DARE2X project, which is about decentralized ammonia production using plasma technology with sorption enhanced technology as well. In this project, we mostly work into the techno-economical and market analysis assessment, and that's what I think of it.
Panel to have a dialogue from R&D to applications, and indeed on looking into the different sectors, opportunities, challenges, and needs. If I would address the opportunities and start with Johannes, being involved in the project as well, and with your expertise on market analysis, how would you see the opportunities on?
First of all, hearing also the speeches from before and your speech, and in general about the projections of the future demand for ammonia, green ammonia, blue ammonia, and all of the potential uses. We see a large opportunity also for decentralized ammonia. The plasma technology works in lower temperatures and pressures as the Haber-Bosch technology, and also it can produce ammonia on demand, and it can be very useful in specific use cases that I will refer later. That could be very useful for example, regions that are more remote and agricultural uses, but also the maritime use. It could be used also for stationary power and also as a hydrogen carrier. So yes, the centralized ammonia production has a lot of opportunities, and there are some challenges, especially for the cost efficiency, but of course there is a big future alongside with blue and green ammonia and other production methods. So yes, that's the strong points of decentralized production. And in general, we can say that, for example, for remote farming, it could be very useful for producers and agriculturers that can share maybe a unit of DARE2X and have a local production fertilizer. That means that they don't have to base on transportation emissions and demand problems, and all of the transportation that a supply chain sometimes can be problematic, especially in remote farms. Also for the maritime sector, of course, we speak about decentralized ammonia, so we cannot envision smaller scale production for big marine bunkering, but we have seen tugboats that they can work with ammonia. And also, as we spoke before, Laura said about smaller ports that need also ammonia supply. So a decentralized solution could be useful for these cases. Of course, we can tugboats that use small boats that use hydrogen could also be useful as a potential business case for DARE2X, as ammonia can be used as a hydrogen carrier, and ammonia could be cracked on board, and decentralized ammonia could be produced in the port. Also, we have seen that in Japan, they do a lot of experiments for stationary power, for co-firing alongside with coal in power plants. We have seen that now they have achieved a 20-30% of co-firing of ammonia And their plan is to advance till 70% in 10 years. This could be also a use case for a decentralized ammonia, as it could produce some energy or a backup supply in some cases. And yes, we see a lot of future and opportunities for decentralized ammonia, and also in general for ammonia, green ammonia, and blue ammonia.
Yeah, I will come back to on a little bit on a few of your examples later on. I now would like to ask Mike on because we have addressed I mean, plasma is being mentioned, and we have addressed also in a previous panel fertilizer a little bit on how you see the opportunities of your technology, and especially step where you're now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really, because firstly, I mean, all the points just made, I totally agree with. The potential to do distributed production of ammonia or nitrates is something which hasn't previously been possible, and a plasma-based and electrocatalysis or electrochemical approach to it makes small-scale production much more practical, unlike using, say, a Haber-Bosch process. At this point, technology is really, really new. Haber-Bosch has been around for over 100 years. It started off at 10% of its current efficiency. You know, it's taken that long to get up to that sort of point. And we see when we look at plasma and electrocatalysis, we're still looking at fairly low, relatively low efficiencies. So we have got a way to go on that, and that does affect its economic and its deployment opportunities. So some support and understanding is required in that area in order to move it forward. But the potential for its deployment, the potential for the technology for deployment in distributed applications can't really be ignored. Looking at this, the potential applications, yes, unlike DARE2X, we are doing a two-stage process. So we are producing nitrates or nitric acid first, and then going on to reduce those nitrates to ammonia. Rather ironically, we approach it, and the plasma-based approach approaches it from the opposite direction to those two products, the opposite direction to the current technology. Right now, you produce ammonia and you basically burn it to produce nitric acid, crudely, he says. And that's that route. And there are some, irrespective, even if you have a green source of hydrogen into the HB process and through the Ostwald process, you still generate nitrous oxides, which need managing. One of the advantages of the plasma approach is that we've never detected any nitrous oxide. We can't produce it. You know, we go directly to nitrates without that. So there's a green opportunity straight there if you're going to produce nitrates, which simplifies the process. Also, another aspect of this is that one of the a significantly major product of using ammonia is to produce nitric acid. So if you were to develop this technology, move on effectively with it, it would release more ammonia for other purposes because it isn't going to be required to produce nitric acid. So there is some, if you like, potential to short circuit that product into the market. So right now, so we are focusing on nitrates. We do also have a reduction technology as well. If we can get to a reasonably high level of efficiency on the plasma process, we believe the next step is actually comparatively easier to actually reduce that nitric acid down to ammonia. Theoretically, it can get nearly as efficient as Haber-Bosch, but I'm not going to say it will ever actually fully match it. But then again, it's the flexibility of the process is such that there will be use cases in isolated locations where it would make sense to use it. So it's always going to be horses for courses. You know, there'll be locations where a small scale production process makes sense, and there are going to be a large number of locations where using conventional, well, not conventional, but advanced Haber-Bosch technologies make sense as well. So I'm not saying this isn't a one-shot solution.
No, it's anyhow great. I mean, in innovation, it always, the first time hearing, I tend to be shocked, and then I have to adjust and think about it and start believing in it. Back in 2014, when I was running one of the larger ammonia plants in Western Australia, a Japanese delegation came to me and said, "Okay, we want your ammonia, we're going to burn it." And I thought, oh my God, these guys are extremely nuts. My energy intense ammonia, and they're going to burn it. And then realized, but I have been running nitric acid plants as well, and that's what I've been doing, oxidizing ammonia. So now your oxidation step before the reduction to ammonia, I thought, okay, why would you do that? But okay, that can be the future. I think the first step on oxidation, you can replace 150 million tons of existing ammonia capacity, avoid that ammonia, and immediately produce fertilizer from it.
Yes.
So I think it's a fantastic approach, and definitely one based upon direct electrification. So really an opportunity. If I then would I'm going to skip you there now. I'm going to Raffaele on ammonia production technology. On the opportunities, I mean, this direct route for nitrate is might replace ammonia as well as urea technology. On the other side, we know that ammonia is anyhow growing. You as a ammonia and fertilizer licenser, where do you see the opportunities in general, but also on what sizes do you envisage on distributed production?
Yep. Yes. So first, to the point of the feasibility and the attractiveness of the direct electrochemical routes, then surely we see these routes as a feasible and viable future solution, especially in a smaller scale range of production, let's say in the order of maybe under 1,000 ton per year or even less. With the current technology and solution, there's a capex which is really dominating, and this could truly be addressed by innovating solutions which are electrochemical, plus possibility to really achieve extremely fast ramping up and ramping down of production. The good news is with the current solutions, it's already possible to build low carbon ammonia and low carbon fertilizer, so green fertilizer, at various scales. We are building Atome's Villetas project in Paraguay, which is 260,000 ton per year green fertilizer based on our plants, our solution. And to some extent, you may regard it as a large decentralized production, because the country of Paraguay does not have any fertilizer production. This would be the first one. In terms of possible scales, we have two products. One is addressed to the conventional scale, which is upwards of 300 ton a day of ammonia, and a product that is for a smaller scale, about below this value. But we see that it's applicable with the right project conditions, also down to 5,000 ton per 5,000 ton per year, so which is a fairly small amount. This is truly important to be able to optimize the project conditions, working on specific profiles of the energy and the local environment. Nitric acid and nitrates as a immediate considered outlet for the green ammonia, because you already have all the reactants that are needed there. With CO2, there's a supply, with urea, sorry, there's a supply of a CO2 which needs to be solved, and this is in a longer term the challenge, where DAC or other biogenic sources of CO2 need to come at an affordable cost level. But technology to produce at a small scale with sufficient flexibility and attributes for green is mature, is available, and it needs a right ecosystem in a specific case.
In the end, I think that's anyhow the change with the energy transition, scale by size, which we have seen in ammonia, which is still ongoing to even the larger blue projects. It's scaling by size, whereas the green coming from indeed basis electrolyzer, which is scaling by number, and then the scaling by number is impacting the size of the Haber-Bosch loop in the end, and trying to optimize that in how solar and wind is scaling. Scaling by number on ammonia to power gen sets. How is that being approached from your point of view?
Yeah, I'm fairly sure I'm on the nut side of the burning ammonia. I think what we're seeing, obviously, the marine sector is moving in that direction. We tend to focus on below 1 megawatt, but with scalable gen sets, so we can scale up in 1 megawatt modular format. Our technology is being used in dual fuel as well. I know that question was raised earlier on. We were a pioneer of CNG dual fuel back in the day. And my comment on that is that assists the transition, so you do have the fallback to the diesel. But really, from Clean Air Power, we are focused on that 100% ammonia. And I think the opportunity for ammonia here may be being understated. I don't think the hydrogen economy can work without ammonia as an energy carrier. If you look at the models currently for carrying or storing hydrogen, there's just not enough capacity, and you end up shipping metalwork around. Whereas if you convert to ammonia, you can carry it. The infrastructure is already in place. The pressures required are not that high. It's almost a liquid under its own pressure. That opens up a huge opportunity. I think for Clean Air Power and for the distributed grid balancing, we need the infrastructure. There lies the challenge, how we get ammonia to site. But our customers and our partners are bringing these applications, looking at many applications from energy, grid balancing, marine. We've talked about mining, off-grid opportunities. I think if we can really get behind that ammonia message and really see it as the ability to store and transport hydrogen, I think there really is a very good opportunity for ammonia to play a major part in decarbonisation, and I would also say energy security, where we can be less reliant on imports.
It's a choice in the end between electrons and say the investment in bringing energy from A to B by electrons or by molecule. And indeed, then the reason we're talking here ammonia is because ammonia is more efficient, more energy dense than hydrogen. In the end, still getting ammonia from A to B cross ocean is doable. Within Europe, there already might be challenges: piped, trucked, trained. And I had a question this morning on European ammonia industry. I think Stephen Jackson from Ammonia Europe answered a bit on the essence of keeping ammonia industry in Europe. Raffaella, on moving towards the challenges in this panel, how do you see the revamping of ammonia industry in Europe towards green or blue, low carbon or e-ammonia?
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. And this is also an important topic to reflect on because the existing assets for producing ammonia in Europe, they are numerous and there's jobs and existing value chains that depends on this. Starting from the positives, there's mature solutions that can be implemented into these existing plants and that can achieve the beneficial effects of reducing the CO2 emissions, in also helping demonstrate that green ammonia can be deployed safely, scaled up, and also trigger, let's say, faster deployment of new build green ammonia elsewhere in Europe. The challenge is certainly pressure from the cost of energy supply to the existing plants, competition with import from areas where, for example, renewable is more abundant and therefore potential to produce at lower cost is there. The measure of a carbon border adjustment mechanism is more of a penalization measure that increases the cost without, let's say, truly helping the business case for the existing assets. So this could be maybe addressed by easier way of tapping into the grid to start deploying green modification of the existing plants. And this would still require work in integrating the solutions in a way that they are seamless, cost-effective, and that downstream production can be maintained. So technically feasible solution there. Probably the challenge is on a regulation, which is a little bit complicated for the existing plants. They cannot relocate themselves elsewhere. And also, I would say a little bit of a time pressure. The existing plants, they are 40, 50 years old, very well maintained. European plants are traditionally the best operated plants in the world, which means they still have years of a future ahead. But whether there's enough argument to invest by the owners, this is a little bit tough at this point.
We will address the needs hopefully a little bit later, but indeed on how to say, bringing the existing assets to be decarbonized. We have a challenge on grid capacity, and we have a challenge on grid color as such. And grid capacity, I will come back towards the plasma and distributed as well. But yeah, or would you like to comment already? Mike.
Well, 2 cents. I'm in Europe, aren't I? We spent quite a bit of time recently looking at deployment scenarios for our technology. And as with electrifying Haber-Bosch, the levelized cost of the electricity is crucial. I mean, you know, to get it to work economically, you really need to be down well below 40 euros per megawatt hour, probably a lot less than that, to make the thing stack up. I don't know necessarily that this applies across Europe, but certainly within the UK is probably unique in having the most expensive power in Europe, which is not a really good place to be. And it's partly due to its number of factors behind it. And there are now attempts to modify and correct that. But there is a need to for regulators and governments and to understand how power can be delivered into this industry in order to deliver commercially viable solutions at the back end of it. I mean, at the moment, if you buy electricity in the UK, only about a third of what you pay goes towards the electricity. The rest of it is other things like transmission charges and things like that, and balancing charges and whatever. So there are some significant issues around procuring the power, There is also the factor of if you want renewable power, and you're doing direct connection, dealing with its intermittency, and we were briefly discussing that last night as well. One of the advantages of like a plasma process is you can switch it off in a second. It's off. You might just have some residual power demand for balance of plant. If you need to keep it going, you need to keep the control system going. But you could drop power demand by 95% in a second without there being any issue whatsoever.
So that's the solution to grid optimization. I guess Dan is going to explain how ammonia supports AI needs. Data centers.
I mean, I think in some of those problems lie opportunities. You talk about grid balancing, well, and the price of electricity in the UK, it's high because of marginal pricing. The fact that the price of the renewables, which is very cheap, is held to the gas price, well, there lies the opportunity. If you replace gas with ammonia, you can fund decarbonisation of the whole chain. I think, yeah, for AI, for data centers, obviously there's a huge opportunity there for us as well. And we're working with our engine partners to deliver solutions into data centers that are planned. I think, the main opportunity I can see is just getting off this natural gas hook. And if we can do that with ammonia, I think we're moving a long way down that path. But I'll just go through the barriers that I think I see. I mean, one of the barriers I think is great work done on the marine side, but we're in this grey area. Is ammonia an industrial chemical or is it a fuel? And if it was classified as a fuel, that would have so many benefits. At the moment, I'm not even sure I can participate in the energy markets because it's not seen as a fuel. The planning and the safety aspects, we're all concerned about safety, toxicity. Ammonia has its own set of challenges like any other fuel. But as we mentioned earlier, we've been moving ammonia around for 100 years. So to get it classified as a fuel will allow us to participate, allow us to get access to subsidies. And importantly, we are an SME, so importantly for us, it also start decreasing the risk from an investment point of view. And suddenly this technology becomes bankable. And you can suddenly see how all of this can start accelerating some of these new technologies that may be at lower TRL levels to actually start affecting that change. Yeah, so I think, the applications across the board, whether it's marine, whether it's data centers, whether it's energy, whether it's stationary, whether it's CHP, all of that needs policy change and a regulatory change really to get ammonia recognised as a fuel. And I'll also add public perception. If you're talking about putting industrial chemical storage in place, people are concerned about it. People are objecting to it. If it's seen as part of power, as part of reducing prices to the discussion we're having just now, then it can be seen as a solution and change that public perception.
On public perception, yes, it's going to be a lot of work. On the other side, I would assume it's doable, and I reflect a bit on myself. I grew up in ammonia plants. First time visiting a neighboring methanol plant, I was scared to death because I had to hand in my mobile phone, my car keys. They had a special car on site with a spark arrestor because everything was geared up to avoid sparks and explosion. I never thought about that in an ammonia plant. But okay, I'm very well aware that people in ammonia plant are scared because they have to walk around carrying an escape hood in case there would be a small ammonia leak. So it's all about that. You mentioned petrol. I once drove away from a petrol station in Qatar because a truck came with an open hose filling the petrol tank on the ground. And the driver started smoking. I said, okay, now I need to get out of here. So it's all about the safety rules and avoiding incident being happening. But you mentioned policy needs on defining whether ammonia is a fuel. Maritime is progressing. Johannes, I'll come back to the needs on policy. Johannes, you mentioned on distributed production as well. Do you see challenges with grid access, or do you see opportunities because you can run an island mode and avoid freeing up grid like generators can free up grid capacity?
I think that both challenges and opportunities can be seen in this point, but of course we can head towards the opportunities, and of course, as we said before about the intermittency of plasma in ammonia production, it can be switched on and off, so that it can be very well paired with renewable energy. Coming back to Mike's point, it's very important the price of renewable electricity, as we saw in our analysis. What could affect more the cost efficiency of decentralized ammonia? It's actually cheap or expensive renewable electricity price. It's very important to address that we need cheap electricity. And regarding the points about the safety and about the perception, we have 8,000 kilometers of pipelines of ammonia for distribution, and very little with zero fatalities accidents happened in the last 60 years. 20% of ammonia that is produced is transported globally. So of course ammonia is transported by boat. What is important is to for example, in the decentralized sector, but also in the centralized sector, these production plants will be next to people's houses, probably, or in places that people will see what is happening and that a chemical that is named ammonia is produced. So it's very important to think the people, address those problems, the skepticism that people can have. We need a social approach here to overcome all of those fears, because here we see a great opportunity for decarbonization and solution of a lot of problems in many sectors. The good thing about ammonia is that it's very versatile and we can use it in various applications. So we need to act now and take advantage of this and surpass all of the problems that we have and the challenges.
So what would be your first priority need to bring forward?
I think it's very important. The technology is evolving. Okay, we have evolution in Haber-Bosch. We have evolution in electrochemical methods of production. But I think that all of the industry and the policy, we need a bridge between them in order to assess the problems, the needs. We see that the demand will increase, and we have to reach this supply to this demand, and of course the production will be increased. So all of those have to be heard from the policymakers and subsidy schemes as well in order to act now. Because we see a lot of talk about ammonia and about the initiatives of the European Union, but it's very important to have straightforward action and good planning.
And then Mike?
Yeah, I think just reflecting further on some of those factors, really, it's important for us to actually have the support environment in place, if you're looking at it from a regulatory perspective and the support environment. So I can't even agree with all the points that are just being made. When if you look at the support, say, that biofuels have, it's quite significant, especially if they're e-fuels, effectively, or renewable fuels of non-biological origin, sometimes referred to. And the support levels are quite substantial there, which actually gives the production of them a significant help in getting into the market. And there is this bit of this challenge when you look at ammonia. I don't know quite how you deal with it, because if you're producing ethanol or biofuel or something like that, and it is a fuel, and it's unlikely to be used significantly for other purposes. Whereas if you've got ammonia, it's obviously got two critical purposes. One is to produce fertilizers, and what we're looking at now is to produce fuels. So there may, I don't know, there's a challenge in saying, well, if that ammonia is now fuel, it gets this incentive, but if it's going to be used as a fertilizer, it gets this incentive.
I mean, you also could look at bioethanol that way. You grow food or you grow fuel. Ammonia, you produce fertilizer for food or you produce fuel. And then the ammonia storage should be easier.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with that. I've got a love, not quite love and hate. I've spent many years with biofuels. And biofuels are great things up to a point, but at some point the immediate resources are limited. People have to eat rather than turn biomass into fuels. But the ultimate product, which is the ethanol, predominantly is being used as a fuel. That's the difference. Whereas with ammonia, it could be a fuel or it could be going to fertilizer. And they're in. I don't know how well that issue is being addressed from a regulatory perspective, because we do need the incentive to support it as a fuel.
I mean, we had a chat then yesterday evening on the availability of ammonia. On the other side, it isn't to Mike on would there be a relevant question on fertilizer or energy, because ammonia is, I think, easier to scale up, making it but okay, it's another panel topic. But then on the regulatory needs and the availability of ammonia.
I mean, I think I've mentioned actually that the biggest thing is to get it recognised as a fuel. Get it recognised as a fuel. Change people's perception of what ammonia is, and make people realise it can be a net zero fuel, a zero carbon fuel.
In the preparation, we addressed a little bit cross-sector alignment. Is that?
Yes. Yeah. Of course, yeah. So, marine, as I said, I've gone quite far along this path with the IMO. But our project for clean maritime at the moment, so the ammonia engine could go on ship for an auxiliary power application, or it could go shoreside power. Guess which one I've chosen? I've chosen shoreside power because then I don't have to conform to the IMO regulations on getting on the ship. So I've chosen the lowest path of resistance. Some harmonisation there would make sense.
Raffaele, before we go to the audience for questions.
Yeah. So I think I will not repeat the general challenges and barriers that were mentioned by Stephen Jackson about the unclear or difficult to interpret regulation, lack of specific markets for the end product, and the implication of this is that financing the green projects is complicated. Many projects are stopped because of this lack of clarity. But maybe if we want to drill down on a challenge, but also opportunities for small production, decentralized production, which can play a role, they can be the accelerator to later scale up. So it's essential that the first projects, the small projects, they are successful from the point of view of demonstrating the safe deployment, so that the future scale up is not hindered by some early failures. And also help demonstrating that the technical risk is manageable, so that banks will be able to provide financial support more easily. Maybe if policy could address easing this financing of the early projects, this could help. Also, the other thing is regarding sector coupling. This is also quite important to underline that for the fertilizer and use of ammonia, there's many of existing producers or existing players in a value chain who are familiar with the infrastructure, production, use markets of the ammonia. But for the new uses, we constantly see new players that come, and they come maybe from the power business, and they have a little bit less understanding of what making ammonia and using it means. And we find a role in also coaching a little bit them in some of the parts, what it means to optimize the topology of ammonia plant, what it means to tailor it to one place. This is maybe not a barrier because I think like us, also other players in the industry, they are more than willing. This is opportunity to lead the industry to growth, but it's a really opportunity to think that there's new sectors coming in and there's knowledge which needs to be shared. And this will also be valid for the next generation technologies based on electrification.
I think that's an important part you say on last year, the ammonia safety conference at the American Institute of Chemical Engineers. I had a speech on exactly that with all the newcomers on ammonia coming in. And I approach it by risk is the volume times probability, because the volume of ammonia will go from 200 million tons to 600 or 800 million tons. Probability has to go down. In order to have probability go down, initiatives are being taken already. In the Netherlands, the ammonia terminal tank standard has been updated, which brings down the risk factor 100. But we, as technology providers and as established industry, have a task to share the way we operate, produce ammonia, and deal with ammonia safety, so that the safety standards are being transferred to the new players as well. That's how we can work on the risk for ammonia solely. On the other side, we have to recognize that although the ammonia risk might increase because it's a new energy carrier, a new fuel, the risks of existing fuels will go down. So the risk for society, ideally, should remain the same. Any relevant questions to the topics we have been discussing from the audience?
I'm going to do a horrible academic thing and say comment rather than a question, but no. Leading on from what you're saying, Dan, about in terms of, sort of recognizing ammonia as a fuel, there's some early research being done by Cardiff University on public perception of ammonia, and it's being done in a blind basis. So they're just being given sort of like the headline of ammonia and what do you think of it, and the usual sort of like, it smells, isn't it toxic? All those kind of things come out. But then after people are having the information on how it can be used as a clean fuel and all the benefits of it, actually their perception is actually changing quite quickly. But I think, these are people then that are based in already industrialized areas that are sort of dealing with these chemicals anyway. And it just gives the question to me is how can engineers, chemists, people like me who work sort of in the hinterland in between, how can we better communicate the concept of ammonia as a fuel? And that, sort of you're talking about if you're using less of the current risky fuels, that the general risk level should remain the same. How do we communicate this to people? Because I don't think it's necessarily getting through and hitting home.
Work in progress. I'm privileged to work closely together with Andrea, who did a PhD on exactly that topic. She's working for the Ammonia Energy Association on stakeholder management. She is assisting in the safety program of the AEA, FAQs, as well as the knowledge sharing that needs to be done. She's also supporting me in the public perception work, which I'm doing with the Institute of Sustainable Process Technology in the Netherlands, with the industrial partners on addressing the public perception and why ammonia. Why ammonia? Because we need an energy security. Yes, it comes with new risks, and trying to address that. So please reach out. But this will be programmed for a year to come before this is going to be sure. But I hope that we can support all the projects you're involved in, as well as established industry, in order to bring forward the acceptance and the knowledge of the need of ammonia as an energy carrier.
Yeah, I'd say it's a different set of risks, but it's a different set of risks with advantages. And yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Laura, because I would have asked you exactly the same question. I know you're working on it, and I think, you know, there is great work being done to look into that and how can we change the perception. I know we're doing it as part of Marin NH3, but there's still more work to be done. But I think part of that is recognizing it as a fuel and telling people it's a fuel and it can be used as a fuel. Because I think most people don't understand that.
I also think all in this room, we have knowledge about ammonia, its properties and what it is, but the people outside, maybe they don't have a clear opinion. So it's very important to approach the people and understand the opinion of the people, as we do inside the DARE2X project with a social acceptance analysis. It's very important to see what the people perceive about ammonia in order to later on address exactly the challenges that are inside the people's minds. And of course, as we said before, this has to happen now that ammonia is accelerating and not when ammonia will become bigger and bigger.
I think that on my past experience on exactly that is when the neighbors of an ammonia plant where I was in charge thought that I was in charge of a ticking bomb, which could destroy the whole village. So my storytelling has been, of course, the safety standards, but also, okay, without ammonia, less food. Without ammonia, no CO2 in your soft drinks or in your beer. Without ammonia, no latex. And you know what latex is important for. So this was very close to the people, day-to-day products, which they then could start relating to link to why ammonia was important. And now we have another aspect of this storytelling. Ammonia is needed to ensure we all have electricity when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine.
Knowledge.
Knowledge,
yeah. There's very, very, very little knowledge, including among educated people about ammonia. And then when you do a survey with them, this is the first time they hear about what is it exactly. Okay, they know that maybe the ammonia they use at home to clean, but they don't know more than that. And when you introduce to them the theme of ammonia and green ammonia, decentralized production, why, what are the applications, there is no knowledge at all. So we need, I think, to work on this knowledge, just as you said.
Do we have online questions as well?
I would have a question. I want to come back to the decentralized ammonia production. And let's say I do understand the advantage for flexibility and that therefore it could be also less efficient. But looking at CAPEX, let's say who would finance such a plant? Who would buy such a plant? How do you foresee the first users for decentralized ammonia?
Say something. Firstly, on the CAPEX, as mentioned earlier on, the scaling up and scaling down this type of technology is a more modular process rather. So you don't necessarily get the same economies of scale, although it does apply to parts of the process, but not all of it. And rather ironically, we've looking specifically at the plasma stage of it. The reactors are phenomenally simple. The design might be clever, but the actual reactor is simple. It's operating at ambient pressures or very low pressures. So even when we look at, we've modelled, say, just looking at nitric acid production initially, we're modelling a 10-ton per day plant. The CAPEX is well less than 10% the levelized cost of production of the nitric acid, even at just 10 tons per day. So the economics are driven almost exclusively by the price of power and the efficiency of the process. Just ignore the CAPEX, it doesn't actually impact it at all. This may not apply to the electrocatalysis stage because I think, you know, that those components are more complex. So you'll have a higher specific cost for those, and we haven't modelled that yet. So in answer to at least half of the question, I can answer half the question saying I don't see CAPEX being an issue. When you're saying how they're going to be financed, Yes, we're working on that one. I would pretend to say that's another rhetorical question. We have to obviously to demonstrate performance and a pilot and go down that sort of path. But we'd very much like to be working at the moment, which is standing alone. We'd very much like to and expect to be working with, say, bigger players who are probably looking over our shoulders and waiting for us to demonstrate that we can do something at some sort of economic or commercial deployable situation, who may then be much more prepared to come in and start supporting such a project. But inevitably, as soon as you look at anything like that, you're looking at risk, you look at project financing, and that really is where you need a larger player who can afford to handle that risk. And until you've done that, you can't move forward. But these evolutionary steps is really important. I think it's mentioned. I think you mentioned earlier on that there are a number of technologies like this around, and they all need nurturing and support, because you can't predict exactly which one is going to really deliver. And I think we do need that distributed production capability.
If I can add on this, I think I would first look at the opportunities which are truly stranded. So produce fertilizer where there is not only no fertilizer produced right now, but also access via conventional transport is a little bit complicated. Think some countries in Africa or maybe Latin America. So there, the value of being able to produce on site, regardless of the technology that is implemented, is to provide something which today is not there or can only get there at let's say, a huge effort. Who pays for it is a different thing, also because it depends where this stranded location is and what kind of purchasing power they have. And similarly, you could think of, in analogy, solutions which are stranded and need somehow energy security to pass through, a tough season compared to another one, and maybe they have ambition to get away from like burning fossil fuels, and therefore they're looking for some solution to store a little bit of energy and then reuse it. I know it's not very specific, but at least this should eliminate a little bit of a competition from what is already there, and then it's only the part of financing.
What Raffaele said about remote locations and the cost. We can also think about shared ownership, and of course in regions like Africa that you mentioned. In agriculture, we have seen that the shared ownership in machinery exists, and it's widely known and widespread. Why not in ammonia production, if it happens next to your field?
I think that's the World Bank had a very nice webinar yesterday or the day before yesterday on exactly that, the co-ownership in order to bring forward the energy transition. And of course, we have been seeing that in European farmers already with the windmills and suddenly an electrolyzer in order to do something. The principles of biogas, so that is also then the principle to bring it forward where food is needed. On the other aspect, on the capex, from technology point of view, I think we only at the start of the learning and the implementation curve, and as indicated, gas-based production is by scale. Now we suddenly need to scale by number. And these numbers on electrolyzer, as well as potentially then the standard size of a Haber-Bosch loop. If the learning curve from automotive industry is going to be implemented, the capex will come down as well on the green ammonia production. And that makes it easier to scale by number. And then it doesn't matter on how small your island is to run your island mode production. It's the price of copper transporting electrons versus the price of a molecule and transporting a molecule. Do we have any questions for online? No?
Panel sees opportunities for decentralized ammonia in other hard to abate sectors. I'm thinking particularly steel, cement, that kind of thing.
Right. I think the when you're looking at steel and cement, I think you need to also more look at where does the energy come from, because such a phenomenal amount of energy is required in both those situations, and where you're actually operating those plants. So I think I can see how ammonia could support production of cement and steel, those sorts of heavy industries in locations where there isn't ready access to effectively grid power, if that could be supplied at economic rates. So it has certainly got potential in that, because they both require a high amount of heat energy. Equally, if you're in locations where you don't have access to, if you like, online grid supplied power, then there is a potential for using ammonia, local production of ammonia, to store energy in order to maintain continual process operations, and that may well also be a way forward. The critical thing, though, is the actual scale of the operation, because at the moment, when we're looking at distributed production and the technology we're talking about, certainly the sort of type of technology we're dealing with, it would require a lot of scaling up to start to match the sort of power demands or the production rates required for that sort of a industrial operation. This may not apply to a conventional HB process, which is already at that scale. And I think I don't know whether you've got a view on that.
Yeah. I think for steel is the key driver to decarbonize is to have access to the clean energy, clean electricity to run the operations. Therefore, let's say ammonia would manifest as a solution, let's say, to carry this energy, if it's not available already. Whereas if it's already there, maybe is let's say would be cheaper just to run the process with the electrification, or with hydrogen if it comes with a pipeline, because likely this would be large quantities of energy which are required. In terms of cement, I think the inherent process of producing has a co-production of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide containing effluents which need to be managed. We are aware of, let's say, solution to co-produce, for example, methanol with off gas, or maybe co-produce ammonia urea as a low carbon co-product. This is not directly decarbonizing the operation, but it could be, let's say, providing some more, let's say, general benefits of decarbonization in a system when a broader boundary is considered.
If I could add to the cement, in principle, we agree to electrify what can be electrified, and then you go to a molecule, and hydrogen plays a role potentially for mobility and whatever. You can put in a 500 bar and a 700 bar cylinder, and then the longer distance transport and storage is ammonia. Then we have ammonia, wherever can use it directly. That is then ammonia fuel and shipping. That's into the fertilizer, but that also holds for ammonia to power and ammonia to heat. Ammonia to power we're seeing in Japan, and we're looking into that in Europe, but ammonia to heat, high temperature heat, is a solution as well. So then ammonia to heat for cement industry, you would solve the CO2 from the fossil fuel, but you will not solve the CO2 from the calcinating process. And it's really where cement industry has a task to do on differentiating between these two sources of CO2. And then policymakers, which part of that CO2 is being allowed to use for an e-fuel or whatever. So the CO2 from cement to move into aviation fuel could be doable. And then ammonia for heat is a solution. But for now, it's easier for cement industry to simply capture and store it all and do no differentiate between the CO2 sources. So I think it is to the cement industry first to have a look on what they want to do with the different two sources of CO2, because one is avoidable and the other one is not avoidable.
I'd also comment that they're definitely looking at it. They're looking at both hydrogen and ammonia. So it's being looked at. I can't comment on the decentralized ammonia, but ammonia as a solution is something they're looking at.
One addition that ammonia could be very useful as well for asphalt production. On-site asphalt production as a hydrogen carrier was, or directly as ammonia could benefit a lot this sector as well before looking at cement.
I think we have reached the time. So I would like to thank very much our panelists, really. This is a very interesting discussion. And we move now to, I think, to the lunch break.
LCA methodology, which applies considering all processes and products used to generate green ammonia.
So what we do is we combine all of the learnings from all of the partners, from plasma testing of the catalysts to catalyst development, and then we bring it all together to build a larger prototype that can produce way more than at small laboratory scale.
Hello? Yeah.
Ammonia, NH3, is the second
Okay, I think it is
mass-produced
time
chemical
for
in the
our
world.
technological pitches panel. So I would like to invite Ines, Angela, Christopher, and Chiara to the stage. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Great, thanks. I know that we have 3 speakers online as well, so I will just, to start in the same way as we've started all the panels so far, I'll just welcome all the speakers and ask them to introduce themselves first, just with a few sentences, and then we'll hear from each of the projects. So I'll start with myself. My name is Ines Andersen. I'm a senior specialist at DTI, and I am part of the DARE2X project, and that's why today I'm here as the moderator. And with me is Christopher.
Yes, so I'm also from DTI. I'm the team manager for the energy material section, and I'm also coordinator of the DARE2X project.
Yes, and the second introduction will come from Rasmus, who is online and from Evelance. So Rasmus, if you could please say hi.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Rasmus Holm Bistrup. I'm director and head of two-stroke promotion for new buildings in Evelance, situated in the two-stroke headquarters located in Copenhagen. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. And then after we have Simon, who's also online.
Yes, hello, I'm Simon. I'm also from the Danish Technological Institute, working with green fuels and emission reduction.
Yeah, thanks. And then we have Angela, who's here with us.
Yeah, hello, Angela Hood from Campfire. I'm the speaker and coordinator of the Campfire Alliance, and also present High Power, a new EU project on a novel technology for combustion of ammonia.
Exactly. So Angela will give us a treat and present both. So yeah, we're very thankful. Thank you. And then we have Chiara.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chiara Fosso. I'm a postdoc research at the Thermochemical Power Group of the University of Genoa. And we are a partner of the Flex and Kung Fu project. And we are in charge of the Power to Ammonia to Power demo sites, which is the one that I'm going to present to you today.
Yes. And finally, we have Vincenzo, who is online as well. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. So I'm Vincenzo Luis, associate professor at Aalborg University in the Department of Energy, and I'm the coordinator of the ISTRAM project, which was one of the sister project of DARE2X. So we're also looking into ammonia synthesis. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
So now we'll start with the technological pitches. So I've asked all of the projects to come and show us their technology, and then we will try to have a discussion about how do then we take the step forward into commercial deployment. Yes, so first is DARE2X.
Yes, thank you. And I'll just continue from the slide from this morning. So the basic idea is for green ammonia is we want to try the plasma route. Of course, if you replace the steam reforming in the Haber-Bosch process, it will also be green. But we tried. Our idea with plasma was to see if you could find technologies that were more suited for small scale, something you could put inside a container. And why plasma, and the theory behind it at least, is that instead of using plasma to break the bond, you could have plasma destabilize the bond, so you can use different catalyst and get in theory higher activity. The challenge for plasma is that the current technology is not very energy efficient. It's more than an order of magnitude worse than the Haber-Bosch optimized Haber-Bosch process. So we had set some ambitious goal to try to reduce improve the energy efficiency, because in theory the plasma process should be able to be as efficient as the Haber-Bosch. So in the project we had like 3 main paths for trying to reduce improve the energy efficiency. So one thing was we wanted to reduce losses. So if you have ammonia being produced and then the plasma also conducting the reverse reaction. And the way we want to do that was to protect the ammonia from the plasma, so put the catalyst on an ammonia adsorbing material. So once the ammonia is formed, it is adsorbed and protected. And then we wanted to also integrate the separation process into the synthesis. So you're separating the ammonia from the unreacted reactants at the same time. So you get like a 2-step process that you cycle between. So one where where the plasma is on, you have your synthesis, ammonia is formed, ammonia is trapped in the adsorbing material, you turn off the plasma and then desorb the ammonia. And to get there, we had to try to find better catalysts that are more suited for the plasma reactor. We needed adsorption process that works at low temperature. So this is a non-thermal plasma. So we were looking for sorption materials that would work at close to ambient conditions. And finally, the plasma reactor design itself had to be optimized for better energy efficiency. And then in the end, wanted to combine this into one reactor. So the main results from the project, from the catalyst development, we were able to see a 7-time improvement in ammonia yield. We were able to find sorption materials that work at room temperature and that can selectively remove ammonia. We were able to combine this into a reactor where you both have the sorption material and the catalyst material, which we have been testing in this setup. And we will also develop a separate sorption unit because I think this is generally interesting if you are doing the decentralized small scale to have a more efficient way of doing the separation process on a small scale, and there using absorption desorption or pressure swing absorption processes could be quite promising. And here is just we can see basically we tried with adding 2% ammonia through the sorption unit, and it was able to reduce that down to a few ppms until you reach the capacity, and then the concentration of course spikes. And this was also quite reproducible, so you could basically have vacuum and heating overnight, and then it was ready to do it again. So I think was also quite successful. So just to say, like the main results from DARE2X, we got the improved catalyst. We found the sorption materials that work at room temperature. We were able to integrate everything into the plasma reactor, and we also developed this ammonia separation technology that works at room temperature and lower pressure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think, Christopher, now you can sit down because you will be grilled. As we could see in the slides that we built a closet-sized reactor, but what is it that keeps us in this scale, and how can we then reach, for example, TRL6, which is a bit closer to market deployment, even if it's still a few steps behind? How would we do that now?
I think one of the conclusions from this design is that to upscale it further, we might want to change the geometry a bit. But in general, for these plasma reactors, is that they are quite easy to scale up. You can think of it like as modules you make, and then you just add more modules. And it's mainly like glass and metal electrodes.
Oh.
So in just going up in, you could say, production, should be easy. The more difficult thing is the energy efficiency, which for this technology I think limits it quite now.
Yeah, I think we also spoke about today quite a lot, I think, about CO2 footprints and where does it start? So where do we start counting the CO2 footprint? And I know, because of course I'm also part of DARE2X, that we had a bit of trouble trying to understand where do we start with our life cycle analysis calculations and so on. And that brings me a bit to circling into the where is it useful, because you just touched upon it, because you can modulate it. So that should be very attractive for the industry. But then I also saw that with our calculations, maybe it's a bit scary with the efficiency versus then cost. So do you have an idea of how then, now that we're in the end of the project, where would you put a container solution? Or would you think that it's better to then try to upscale it, even if it's decentralized, but more than one container? What do you think is best for it?
I don't think you will get into modules that will be bigger than what you can fit inside a container for this. Then I think it's better to couple multiple containers together. Of course, some of the, you could say, auxiliary processes you have around it, you can put in different containers or upscale those.
Yeah. And I think that you also mentioned that the sorption unit was quite successful. And again, it's my own inside knowledge that I'm bringing in, but I know how good it performed. Then could it be that the outcome of And a project like this, which is a research action, so it is very exploratory, it is trying to groundbreak new technology. Can we then pick and choose what is the technology that we want to use, or is it better as a whole?
No, I think there is like individual results. So for the plasma reaction itself, I think we can't say that will still be that's still a research topic because there will be needed a lot more research to improve the energy efficiency. I think the sorption materials and this sorption process is quite promising and would be interesting to try to demonstrate on a bigger scale.
Yeah. Thanks. I think now I will open a bit the floor to any questions that there might be, and I'll just also. Oh, I can see that Vincenzo, you have a question.
Yeah, regarding the plasma, you have mentioned a couple of times that the efficiency is not as high as the Haber-Bosch, for instance. I was wondering if you have, in the project, you have done any techno-economic analysis to see at least at modeling level or in theory, what would be the efficiency in the process you have developed? Yeah. That would be my question.
So just to understand, are you asking what we think is limiting the efficiency?
Yeah, and if you have done an evaluation of what would be the efficiency in this process that you have developed. Yeah, both. If you have what is limiting the efficiency and what would be and what's which range we are now compared to the Haber-Bosch.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to answer because it's quite difficult to model the plasma process and what happens on the catalyst surface in a plasma process. So we have tried, but I don't think we have any definitive answers. We have seen there is a huge effect for both like the catalyst, so the metal we use, but also the support it's on, and the pore structure of that. So there is something there that we are not entirely understands, but that has a very big effect on the performance.
Okay, thank you. Very nice work you did. Nice.
But a little bit on what Christopher is saying. It's exactly this, that it's very difficult to scale up and to imagine how it will be, the plasma reactor. But in a future competitive scenario, we have seen in a techno-economic assessment that DARE2X could most likely perform better for quantities that could be less than 100 kilos per day. Of course, not considering increasing in efficiency or further investments or further scaling up, but this could be a general number, very rough.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then I will now give the token to Rasmus, who's online and will talk about his work at Everlands.
Yes, thank you so much. And of course, I have prepared a presentation, which I would like to share right now. Let's see here. I assume you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it now.
Perfect. And just as a way of introduction, I may have to elaborate a little bit on Everlands because most of you probably know us of our former company name, that is Man Energy Solutions. For those of you who don't know, we are a large engineering company with approximately 15,000 employees across 3 different business units, marine being the biggest one, but then we also have power and turbo machinery strategic business units. And myself, I'm representing the two-stroke side of the marine business, where we have the headquarters located here in the southern part of Copenhagen Harbor. And we are doing all of the developments, including the engineering and R&D of our two-stroke dual-fuel engines that, among others, are able to operate on ammonia. And just to refer a little bit on our market position, we have a very prominent position in the maritime industry. So in principle, large merchant marine vessels carry approximately 90% of global freight. So that's quite significant. And it's mainly made out of approximately 33,000 large two-stroke powered marine vessels. And we have a footprint that is equivalent to approximately 25,000 of those vessels in principle. So we have a prominent role to play when it comes to offering decarbonization solutions for the industry. This is our long-term and also the near-term outlook from Everlance. And the short takeaway is the fact that by 2050, we believe that ammonia will be the most prominent alternative fuel for the large merchant marine vessels in the industry. And just for reference, today the consumption for all of these 33,000 two-stroke powered large ships is approximately 300 million tons of heavy fuel oil equivalents. So it's a significant amount of fossil fuels that are currently being burned. We believe that the future will be a multi-fuel future because in order to scale up the decarbonization solutions, you need a number of different measures to do so. There is not the silver bullet solution that can bring any kind of ship, any size of ship towards carbon neutrality. We also believe that there will be other very prominent alternative fuels. Among others, there will be bio and synthetic methanol, biomethane, and also synthetic methane. And then we also understand that there will probably be a certain degree of onboard carbon capture in combination with advanced biofuel oils in the future. But the short takeaway is the fact that we believe ammonia will be the most prominent one. However, ammonia is not really a fuel that has gained a lot of traction as a marine fuel ever. And there's a lot of essential instruments we need to gain experience on when it comes to enabling ammonia as a marine fuel. First of all, when it comes to the combustion characteristics, ammonia does not appear to be an attractive combustion fuel when you look at the combustion characteristics. So first of all, the combustion speed is very, very slow compared to the well-known existing fossil fuels. Just to put a number on it, it actually burns 11 times slower than conventional diesel oil. And when you don't have real-life testing, which we didn't have until 2023, this is a very slow combustion characteristic, which put a lot of question marks in regards to the fact that can you even develop a commercial, attractive, reliable, efficient marine engine that can run on ammonia? That was actually a big question mark until we had the first initial testings. Furthermore, the so-called auto-ignition temperature, so the temperature of which ammonia actually ignites and starts to combust, that's really, really high. It's approximately 2.5 times higher compared to diesel oil. And again, just to put numbers on it, it auto-ignites at approximately 650 Celsius degrees, opposite of approximately 250 Celsius degrees. So in principle, that is a big challenge. And again, until we had the first combustion testing, this was one of the many red flags we had concerning ammonia as a combustion fuel. Then we also have the important aspect of combustion slip, because whenever you have a combustion engine, you will always have a certain amount of the fuel which you ignite or inject into the combustion chamber that will escape the combustion. On LNG-fueled engines today, it's methane slip, and that's also important. It's a greenhouse gas, and you really, really want to reduce the amount of methane slip. But when it comes to ammonia, it's a toxic fuel where we have very stringent limitations from regulators, and we certainly want to reduce that as much as possible. And last but not least, the biggest benefit of ammonia is the fact that it does not contain any CO2 when combusted. However, there is a theoretical opportunity that you can formate naphtha gas emissions, or N2O, or nitrous oxide emissions, and that's an extremely strong or potent greenhouse gas. It's approximately 300 times stronger than CO2. So if we replaced CO2 emissions by just small fractions of N2O, we would not have a very interesting solution when it comes to decarbonizing the maritime industry. So those four aspects were some of the important focus areas when it comes to the combustion characteristics. But that is one thing you can engineer solutions for. But one of the biggest challenges of ammonia as a marine fuel on board ships is in fact safety-related matters. We thankfully have more than a decade handling low flashpoint fuels that are requiring a lot of additional safety measures in order to be handled safely on board ships. So that include actually methanol, LPG, ethane, methane. This is some of the alternative fuels that we have had operational experience with for approximately 1 decade. And we took all of those learnings, and then we spent 5,000 hours doing HACCP and HACCP and failure mode effect safety analysis, and identified additional measures that would be required for a safe handling of ammonia on board a ship. Last but not least, you always have the human error and the potential catastrophes it can provide or result in whenever a human error has caused a certain impact. So all of those aspects has been an instrumental part of our ammonia engine development, as well as the safety-related guidance we provide to some of the support systems around and surrounding the engine. So just to be a little bit more specific on the engine side of things, it's a so-called dual-fuel engine we are talking about here. So in principle, this engine will always initially start up on fuel oil until approximately 10% of the engine load. At that load point, we are able to change over the operation from conventional fuel oil to ammonia in this case. And then the engine can operate on 95% ammonia up until 100% load. So this is the essence of a dual fuel engine. You can always decide whether you want to operate on fuel oil or an alternative fuel. What's even more decisive for a dual fuel engine is the fact that we need an additional ignition source, because opposite of conventional fuels, the combustion pressure and temperature increase is not sufficiently high to ensure a stable and sufficient combustion of ammonia. So actually, just before the piston reaches the top dead center position, we ignite conventional fuel by injecting a small amount of fuel oil just before the piston reaches the top dead center position. And this is, of course, creating a combustion flame. And we can inject ammonia into that flame and obtain a full combustion that is, first of all, very, very stable, but also behaves exactly like conventional fuel. And when it comes to the amount of pilot oil, it's 5% of all of the energy when the engine operates at full load that is required to be pilot oil. So effectively, this gives us a 95% amount of ammonia in the fuel mix. And this is similar to what we have for methanol engines and LPG engines today. And this is actually one of the positive takeaways, because the initial thought due to the slow flame speed and the high auto-ignition temperature was the fact that we would have to introduce a remedy, which could be high amount of pilot oil in order to control the combustion effectively. But thankfully, that will not be required, because 5% is sufficiently safe in order for us to have a good combustion. Furthermore, the very important environmental focus area of reducing the naphtha gas emissions has resulted in the fact that we now can obtain levels below 5 parts per million of naphtha gas in the exhaust gas. And that probably doesn't speak to many people, but if you translate that into greenhouse gas equivalents of a fuel oil engine, it's approximately 2%. So in our humble opinion, that is to be defined as very negligible. It's very, very few amounts of laughter gas emissions we experience in the combustion. And we are actually able to control the formation by using some combustion pressure and turbocharging mechanisms. And this is what we have successfully done since we had the first combustion, 3rd of July 2023. And we are actually still on a year-to-date running approximately 4 days a week here in Copenhagen. When it comes to the combustion slip, you can reduce that by design because the root source of combustion slip is actually the small volume that is within the fuel injection atomizer. It's so-called SAC volume. And we have, compared to our initial first design, reduced this volume by 80%. And we are very, very happy about that reduction, and it gives us sufficient reduction of combustion slip. So that was some details on the engine technology, and now I'll just briefly introduce you to some of the auxiliary systems that are safeguarding the toxicity challenges of ammonia. Because our location, being in the approximately city center of Copenhagen, allow us actually to provide a very, very solid proof of concept, because you can start to sense the odor of ammonia at approximately 5 parts per million, but it's not a safety issue at 5 parts per million. That will be significantly higher fractions than that will cause safety issues. But our location doesn't allow us or any neighbors to be able to sense the presence of ammonia odor. Then we will simply not be allowed to test or continue testing, and that would be a catastrophe for us as the world's leading engine designer. So we have actually effectively since spring 2023 done a lot of testings when it comes to how we safely handle ammonia here in our research center. One of the important matters is the fact that we always have full redundancy when it comes to containment systems. So in the event of leakages, we have spray curtains, we have double wall barriers that safely contain and handle the presence of ammonia. And this is the case on the engine and the double wall piping supplying ammonia to the engine, but also the fuel supply systems, etc. All of those have been introduced with design updates that safely ensure operation on ammonia. And we are actually very proud that we haven't had any incidents where any odor of ammonia has been able to be identified, because that's extremely instrumental for us due to our location, which is more challenging than onboard ships. One of the alternative measures we are putting into play when it comes to reducing the risk of ammonia is in fact that we have a safeguarded market introduction strategy of these engines. So usually we just put our newly developed engines in an engine catalog, and then we can, in many cases, obtain hundreds of engine orders before the first engines start to enter operational experience at sea. Usually that is absolutely no problem, but the case about ammonia is the failure mode effect. So if you have leakages or things that are not operating reliably enough according to our standards and the normal industry standards, the impact of such a failure could be a casualty. And such an event would be catastrophes when it comes to ammonia as marine fuel. So we are actually now engaging in a number of pilot projects where we can really, just to be honest, micromanage the engine reliability, the operation of the engines, and more importantly, the design. So we'll be able to identify required design updates, review our engine design, and then at that time allow it for any owner to be ordered. And just to highlight a few of those ammonia pilot projects, we have the world's biggest shipyard in South Korea. It's called Yula Heavy Industries. They are coincidentally also the world's biggest engine builder within the maritime industry, and they will deliver 2 very large ammonia carriers able to carry 93,000 cubic meters of gray, blue, green ammonia. They do not distinguish between the colors, but it's large volumes of ammonia. And they also had the capability to operate the engines on ammonia. These ships will enter operation by end of next year. Alternatively, we also in China have some very large car carriers able to carry more than 9,000 car equivalent units. So that's quite a huge number. It's also an engine that will be built in Korea and then exported into China. However, for a completely different vessel type. And these vessels will enter operation a little bit later than the ones from Hyundai Heavy Industries. But this is just to highlight a few of the pilot projects. So in principle, we have a few more, and the target is to have sufficient service experience. So whenever we have the confidence that the design is according to our highest standards, then every ship owner will have the chance to order ammonia engines, which effectively, hopefully, will ensure a very responsible and also a fast uptake of ammonia as marine fuel for large merchant marine vessels. So the conclusion and summary is the fact that ammonia is, in our opinion, expected to be the most prominent marine fuel by 2050. And the opposite of all the challenging combustion characteristics and properties, we actually now define ammonia as an excellent fuel in a low-speed two-stroke engine, because I underline low speed. We have approximately half to 1.5 seconds per revolution. And this is a privilege to have such a big combustion window where you can burn something that is not really willing to burn fast. And then we have this specific requirement of having pilot projects that will safeguard the toxicity and technical risks that would otherwise be present if we obtained hundreds of engine orders of our ammonia engine design. Last but not least, it's important to hurry up in a fast way when it comes to ensuring that once service experience is obtained, the market can actually order the engines. So we expect that in a few months' time from now, we will be able to introduce a full sales release of the ammonia engines, because when you order a ship today, you will receive it by the end of 2029, maybe even 2030. And at that time, we will actually already be able to say that we have sufficient operational experience to enable a safeguarded design. So with those wordings, this is it for my quick presentation.
Thank you. I think it's really interesting to see something like this in action. We were talking so much about it this morning, about especially you touched upon it, the safety of ammonia, and how do we educate people, and also whose responsibility is it? Because so far we've had the policy panel, we've had the industry panel, both touched upon it. It seems like everybody's concerned, and then it's a bit of a game of who does it. So my question is to you, do you go hand in hand with this? So when you're treating these pilot projects that you named here, do you also do part of it education to the, let's say, non-specialists on ammonia, which are so many people that operate these?
Absolutely. We are doing that, and we had the same challenges with our own employees at the research center. So just to come with a funny example, we are receiving bunkering operations of ammonia quite frequently, maybe even once a day when we run the engine, because we can only have 5 tons of ammonia capacity. But that is a matter of 2 hours of engine running at full load. So we have a 25-ton truck coming to our facilities. The initial bunkering operation was quite funny, because the truck driver came out in short sleeve pants, very comfortable because he's doing this every single day. But the counterpart on our side at the first day came in a full breathing apparatus suit, just reflecting where we are, because there is the challenging aspect of ammonia, and you need to take that very seriously. And the additional risk is the fact that once you gain the comfort, you may be actually opening up for additional risk. So the comfort zone is a big challenge when it comes to safeguarding the handling procedure in a routine environment where you have these operations going on over and over again. Furthermore, all of our dedicated engineers have been on a weekly course in Esbjerg, where we have done some cross-industry collaboration with institutes that are making a living explaining about the toxicity challenges of ammonia when it comes to handling it. And we have actually gone through the same courses with some of the initial seafarers that will also be on board these ammonia pilot project vessels. Furthermore, we have also introduced our own extensive training courses. So first of all, you need 2 weeks of engine courses just to be able to operate a dual fuel engine. On top of that, there are some auxiliary systems that need to be handled in a specific procedure when it comes to ammonia. And all of those requirements are thankfully being prioritized to a very, very serious degree by the involved parties in all of these ammonia pilot projects. Last but not least, the crew members. The competence of the crew on board is instrumental. So thankfully, the first vessel is an ammonia carrier that obviously have a tremendously high level of crew competence when it comes to handling and doing that safely when it comes to ammonia. Yeah, so definitely upskilling is very important and crucial.
Yeah. And what about social acceptance? Have you actually found, because you mentioned your facilities are in the middle of Copenhagen. Yes. How does that look like? Does do the people that live there? I didn't even know. I live in Copenhagen. I had no idea.
Actually, that's
and
true.
I think that's a good thing, maybe.
It's a very good point. We are not trying to hide anything, but we have safeguarded ourselves. So in the worst case failure events, we don't have to do anything. We have facilitated a bunkering structure that allow us to contain a 5 ton of ammonia leakage without doing anything at all to the surrounding neighbors. The government or the Copenhagen authority didn't expect that from us. But we could foresee a scenario where there would be a leakage and we would have to inform neighboring citizens. And that would probably be okay the first time, but then we would be terminated or not allowed to do operations going forward. So we have safeguarded ourselves significantly. But public opinion, that is a good point. The maritime industry is extremely polarized. And there are different, I'll say, groups that are very pro, and there are certainly also many groups that are very much against the uptake of ammonia. So one thing is certain, in the event of incidents, things will be blown up because there's a lot of lobby work working against uptake of fuels that are not of fossil origin. So you can only imagine who that could be. Very powerful companies in the world, some of the biggest in the world. On the contrary side, you have the pioneers that want the solution of blue and certainly also green ammonia as part of the maritime fuel mix in the future. That's exactly why we are so diligent and responsible with the market introduction strategy.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And now I just wanted to open the floor to questions from the audience, if there is any. Yes, I can see here in the room, there's a question.
Hi, Dan Skelton, Clean Air Power. Yeah, there's no doubt that Evolent's ex-MAN, for those that don't know, are pioneering ammonia combustion in this space with 2 strokes. Just a technical question, 2 things. One is it's dual fuel. Have you looked into cracking the ammonia to hydrogen to get rid of the fossil fuel? And then the second question, do you have any activity on liquid ammonia as opposed to gaseous ammonia?
Yeah, so just to touch on your first point, we have successfully operated an engine in Japan on hydrogen. And fun enough, that is just our methane engine without any design updates at all. It works pretty well. But the reason why we are not pursuing this pathway is due to the challenging properties of hydrogen, but even more importantly, because ammonia engines, smooth operation, very nice combustion characteristics. In the event that the market desire the cracking on board, we are able to support that. But for the time being, we only see very, very small request of that solution. And mostly it's the companies or the startups that are exposed to ammonia crackers. I want to promote that solution for the industry. But in principle, ammonia is an excellent fuel, and that eliminates really most of the good reasons that would otherwise be in favor of operating on hydrogen as an alternative solution. And when it comes to the liquid part of ammonia, our engine concept is designated LGIA. It's an abbreviation for liquid gas injection ammonia. So we require ammonia at 25 to 50 Celsius degrees, but even more importantly, at 83 bars supply to the engine, where we then use hydraulic pressure to increase it to 700 bars. But it means we are pressurizing it in a liquid stage. And then, of course, it evaporates during the combustion. But in principle, it's a liquid gas injection engine, similar to methanol and LPG for that matter. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that with the mention of cracking and how to use cracking ammonia and ammonia in an engine, I will give the word to Simon, who's online. Simon will present a float. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Hello? Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Very good. So I will present here the project that we have been working on, a float, which is seeking to contribute to the decarbonization of the maritime industry. And we're focusing on ammonia cracking in particular, and also testing co-firing of ammonia and hydrogen together in existing engines, and trying to take our learnings from this together and put it into real case simulations for ships as they are. If we're looking at, wait, my computer froze for a second, wait a second. Good. It's a project that's a partnership between Technological Institute, the Technical University of Denmark, and Alfa Laval. We're funded by Innovation Fund Denmark. Right now, our case is looking into onboard ammonia cracking, which will lead to production of hydrogen, and then co-firing these two together in existing engine configurations, existing engine models. What I will be talking about specifically today is the engine tests, as this is my purview, and a look into the emissions of the combustion from this. So we have conducted engine tests on a heavy-duty Scania motor of about 220 kilowatts. It's a 4-stroke engine. What we have done is we've pre-mixed ammonia and hydrogen together and used a small pilot diesel injection. For ease of concept, we have focused mainly on running one of the cylinders on this mixture. This will give appropriate emission data, appropriate power data out, but is easier to configure and easier to control the premixing and the injection of the fuels on it. One of the things we ran into in the beginning when we started mixing hydrogen and ammonia is that we actually started seeing engine knocking. And the engine knocking seems to be caused by some kind of the mix between the hydrogen and the ammonia. So at a certain ratio between the two, you will start having this knocking effect, which can both damage the engine and also inhibit the power output of it. If we take a look at this graph right here, we have on the x-axis, we have dosed different levels of hydrogen and then upped the amount of ammonia we put in. And for each of them at a certain level, at a certain hydrogen dosage, you start getting the knocking effect at lower and lower ratio between the two. So when we have a high hydrogen dosage, you cannot add a lot of ammonia before you see the knocking effect. Whereas when we go down to about maybe a 10% hydrogen dosage compared to ammonia, as we see up here, you see much less of the knocking at much lower engine output levels. So this says something about the mixing ratios that we can achieve between ammonia and hydrogen. If we look at the emissions coming out of this experiment, we focused here on N2O, on laughter gases. This is, in our purview, probably the most important one to look at, as it being a GHG gas and a very potent one at that. And what we see is that only at a high load do we see lower levels of N2O. When we are working at a low load, especially with low hydrogen dosage, we do see high emissions coming from it. Now, I will get into how high and whether or not there's something to do about it, but the results that we see is that higher load leads to lower N2O emissions, and especially as we move toward a more stoichiometric combustion of the two, so letting in less air, making sure that it burns closer to stoichiometric, you will have higher temperatures in the engine, in general leading to lower N2O emissions all around. Now, even when we are at our lowest N2O emissions, we will still be in the 20 to 40 ppm area, which is still a bit high compared to some of guidelines being put out. But this is all measured before any kind of catalytic reaction. So for most of the levels that we actually see in these tests that we have committed, we would expect to still be able to reduce both the NOx and the N2O emission levels below thresholds after a catalyzer was being used. And this is especially viable if we do run the engine at close to stoichiometric levels, as this will lead to higher temperatures and the flue gas being left out of the engine. So for now, we are getting some really good results at mixing of hydrogen at about 10% compared to ammonia levels, and running at stoichiometric levels with a higher exhaust gas temperature for catalytic reduction of the emissions coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Simon, I have a question, and it might be a bit silly, but what is engine knocking?
Engine knocking is when there's an inequilibrium in where the combustion happens in the engine, so it happens outside of the areas that you would like to see it, and this leads to some material wear on the engine. It also leads to an incomplete combustion, which hampers the power output.
Thanks. I just thought that I was hearing you talk about it. I could tell it was a bad thing, but I must say I had never heard it before.
It is a bad thing, but I'll keep it in mind for future presentations to maybe get a little bit more
but
of
it
a
might
spotlight.
be just me. I mean, my background is very far from combustion, so. But I did have another question. So you mentioned that it is a combination of cracking the ammonia and then using it in a motor. Is this, I think you briefly mentioned it, but can you modify any ship to do this with the cracker? So can you actually add the cracker to the ship?
I think it should depend on the size of the ship, but I don't see any reason to not be able to do it. If you can find the right heat source, which is also a part of this project in general, to have this cracker being run, you should be able to add it to most ships that you want to.
Thanks. That's quite cool, I think. I would also like to welcome any questions from the audience.
Yes, Vincenzo.
My question for you guys: what is what have you identified as the advantage of cracking for the combustion? We have heard that ammonia can still be used as a fuel without cracking. So, what is your opinion on that?
Yes, in this case, we do see at moderate to low hydrogen levels that it does help with the general combustion, and it does also help lowering the N2O emissions coming out.
Okay, and do you have like this pilot flame?
We do use a pilot flame, but it is quite a low fraction. I don't exactly remember how much.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think that now is time that we hear from Angela, who will start by introducing what the Campfire Alliance is from Germany. And then she will also introduce the High Power project, which is an example of what Campfire Alliance does. Okay, thank you very much, Ina. Do we need to do something? I think they will set up your set. Yeah, and then you have the. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here today, for the invitation. I'm very happy to present the Campfire Alliance to you, as well as the EU project High Power, which is one project within the Campfire Alliance. I'm also presenting today instead of Jens Wagmann, who's our Head of Technology and Strategy. Jens had a short-term commitment, so he would have really liked to be here today. So the Campfire Alliance was founded in 2018 within the frame of a program by the German federal government for change through innovation in the region. So we have the regional task to develop new value change, and because of our region, you see this here in the northeast of Germany, called Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Brandenburg. You see on the right hand side is Poland. We're just opposite on the southern point of the Baltic Sea, with Sweden just opposite of us. And yeah, you see we have a city of Rostock, for instance, with a large ammonia terminal of Yara, and an already existing ammonia infrastructure. This is why we decided in 2018 to develop ammonia technologies, because we have this potential in the region with the ammonia infrastructure, but also, of course, a large industry, not large industry, but an industry, regional industry for renewable energy, plants, landside and offshore, as well as the maritime industry. Our innovative field is green ammonia technologies for decentralized production. However, the larger part of our activities are for technologies for utilization, direct utilization of ammonia. But first of all, was the focus in maritime applications, but now we're also looking increasingly at landside applications, bunkering solutions. We're looking at the legal framework, of course, in close connection with each technology our partners are developing. And very important, or the most important thing I have to say, is the public acceptance and the acceptance by customers. And now we are over 80 partners, mostly located in the northeast of Germany, as you can see in this map here, but we also increasingly have a partner network developed in Germany and in Europe, because to develop ammonia as a new field and market, of course, we need good partnerships. We have altogether at the moment 31 collaborative projects, and are mostly supported by the federal government in Germany, but also by a couple of other funding sources, such as the EU for high power. And the aim is to develop new value change for small and medium-sized companies in partnership with larger companies, and derive, of course, also still open research questions, but that's not the focus of the network. Is really to enable new business models. This is what we are now aiming at, green ammonia as an energy vector, and to really bring this really into reality, we need to, with our partners, address the entire ecosystem, like Jens likes to call it. So the energy vector includes, of course, the ammonia import, mostly for Europe, but very important also, in our opinion, is still the decentralized production for also resilience and energy security, as well as local business models in addition to this, and then the dynamic conversion technologies for using ammonia directly for mobility, stationary power application, and in industry applications. As an example, because I picked out one of the projects, because today is also a focus on decentralized production here, one of the expertise from the KIT, the Karlsruhe Institute for Technology, is one of our partners. It's used a microstructured reactor
where the catalyst, commercial catalyst, is kind of integrated for reactor development. We're looking at a scale of 50 megawatt, which is currently developed within this project line. And what I have not shown here is another, is a hybrid reactor, which actually coupled with a plate and shell heat exchanger, which is also then filled with a commercial catalyst, and one reactor is better at the flexible load or partial load operation, and the other reactor is then basically coming into the process at the constant operation. This is all to be coupled with a solid oxide fuel cell. Solid oxide electrolyzer, as well as with the water desalination technology to allow for production also if we don't have clean water available. Okay, so this is a 3D printed reactor component, as you can see here. Like I said, the larger activities of Campfire are in development of utilization technologies for ammonia. So one big focus is the internal combustion engines. We have 4 engine producers in the partner network. Crackers also, like we heard earlier on, in combination with this ICEs, which then allow for just ammonia as an only fuel on board of ships or for landside applications, and then cracking of a small part of ammonia then into hydrogen. We also have learned that it's actually also in ammonia, the hydrogen is actually burning ammonia. We don't think ammonia itself burns, so you have to bring it up to temperature. It decomposes into nitrogen and hydrogen anyway in the injector port, and it's actually the hydrogen that burns. So there are also projects where we look at stationary applications of, again, cracker ammonia hybrid devices, although those partners are also at the stage where we do not need an external cracker anymore. We run with pure ammonia. And you see here some of examples, very small, comparable small project here we incorporated in 2022 in this small, or 23 it was in the end, small ammonia Sherpa Sportjachtboot, a small combustion engines in combination with this cracker you see on the left-hand side from the Hydrogen Fuel Cell Center in Duisburg, as well as a direct ammonia fuel cell, again, from a local company, New Energy, or formerly Sunfire Fuel Cells in Brandenburg, and basically connected all these technologies to a hybrid system on a small scale from a very relatively small budget, just to try it out. And everything worked fine, except the biggest challenge was really the ammonia evaporator on board of this small boat, which was not a good idea after all. It was quite tricky. And our other projects are all working with liquid ammonia, direct liquid ammonia. Here we have liquid ammonia bottles of flask, about 120 kilograms installed. And this is then basically going through an evaporator, which is heated by the heat generated from the internal combustion engine. So for the small lab, kind of swimming lab, it was quite tricky with the space available, but we learned a lot in this project. And it's here in the bottom line here, our functional model, the Odin, which is to be retrofitted with a 350 kilowatt Liebherr internal combustion engine. See here the partners again at KIT with the research one piston engine, and a local shipyard in Rostock will develop a new method for retrofit of inland water vessels to be where we exchange the back part of the ship with a new slice containing the entire new ammonia drive. And then the second picture, you see here the direct ammonia SOFC, which is produced in the region and which can be scaled up by numbering up. We also have a large activity, and that's also one of the reasons Jens cannot be here today. At the site here in Rostock, at the Yaras site here, there's the new Green Ammonia Chem Park at the moment in the development. You have 3 pillars here. First of all, as an industrial focus will be there with utilizing the infrastructure at the site, which is already existing, with an ammonia pipeline coming direct from the ammonia terminal. You see in the right-hand picture in the harbor of Rostock, currently importing 600,000 tons of ammonia per year for fertilizer production, but it's also to be expanded now. And we develop this green ammonia gem pack here for research and development, for startups and companies who would like to use this already existing infrastructure for large-scale testing and operation of technologies. So this is what we are working on at the moment, or what's being brought into operation in October this year. So we have, as an example here, a test pit with a 1 megawatt ammonia BHKW, or combined heat and power station from the engine producer Inu Jenbacher, in combination with ammonia crackers, again, like I said, and also an exhaust, two-stage exhaust treatment plant in operation. We have a small-scale Haber-Bosch reactor for in the development and investigation of this microstructured reactor I showed earlier on. Then the 350 kilowatt shipping motor, again with the cracker combination, will be tested and marinized here also starting in October, November, and we have then long-term operation here for a year. And here you see a novel, flexible, short-to-ship bunkering station here, where we can address for different temperatures and pressure stages for flexible bunkering in the harbor of Rostock. Okay, that's the short overview. And of course, you're all very welcome to come and visit us in Poppendorf to have a look and to see whether you're interested to, to utilize the infrastructure there, to see. So I come, and then one of the projects of Campfire is the High Power project, which started in 2020, and it's finishing this year. And I would like to present this next. So yeah, one of the very nice funding programs of the EU is the PET Proactive program for emerging technologies, which has a high risk, really. But if it works, it has a very, very high potential also to make a change. And this is where we were able to place this idea. It was not so favorably seen by the German federal government. It was difficult to get it funded. But this program was exactly right for our partners. The name is High Power, highly efficient power production by green ammonia, total oxidation in a membrane reactor. What is the membrane reactor? Maybe I'll say a few words first. So it it is an idea by Dr. Kriegel from the EKTS, who used it also for other fuels, where a perovskite oxygen permeating membrane, so an oxygen pump, is maybe well known in the materials world, is used to bring high pressure oxygen into in this case ammonia as a fuel, and to allow for a flameless combustion of ammonia. And in combination with a steam expander, it gives a large advantage with regard to efficiency. That's the basic idea. Tricky thing is, of course, the membranes have to withstand quite a high pressure gradient. But I come to this in a minute. Here I show the partners of this project. So we have, we start with the companies here, Ranato and Mesten from Sweden, here who take care of the membrane reactor itself and the steam expander. Then the Fraunhofer, together with the INP, who develop the membranes, like bulk membranes as well as thin film membranes. Milano, Politecnico in Milano, that do a very great job with the simulation work on this, and the ZBT, the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Center in Duisburg, do the techno-economical assessments of the entire process. So, so the membrane reactor consists of now I think 360 membranes. I can remember now we have a total length of 130 meters of capillaries, which are the oxygen and electron mixed conducting material. The EKTS has a very long-standing expertise to produce this in tubular form for different applications. It's oxygen pumps, and also a lot of expertise to produce highly dense and highly pure tubular membranes, which can withstand this high pressure. This reactor here was developed by, you see here this pressure vessel. It goes up to 50 bars. You see here the area of membranes, which is then inserted into the ammonia stream. And you see the overall equation of the entire process as an innovative step is shown here. And this whole device is then combined with a steam expander in this containerized test rig here at Hermsdorf. We work at around 850 degrees, and pressure already mentioned. Currently we work at 10 bars, so that's basically still in the lab we work with 10 bars. At 50 bars we can only be able to work in this containerized test site. The one critical issue is, of course, the stability of the membrane. So the partners tried a lot of many different things. The high power reactor will have a bulk membrane approach, but for the future can also look at reduction of the thickness further by thin film approaches. Although this might be critical because of the high pressure. And the best membrane really after many years of development is this kind of fine capillary here, which consists of a double capillary approach. And like I said, we have here quite a high number of membranes then incorporated in the reactor. The modulations from Polimi show these values here, compared, of course, always with a normal steam cycle by a steam expander. So we see a large advantage with regard to the efficiency. Polimi also did modulations, in comparison to solid oxide fuel cells, for instance, and so on. And hopefully in October we will have the first performance value from the real device. Our project goes until December. We had some delays with deliveries and stability issues, but hopefully the last 3 months in the project we will get some real values from at 50 bars. So thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to ask questions.
Thank you, Angela. It was in the end, you touched upon what I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Because the membranes, you mentioned it, how challenging it is to make them stable. Which then, knowing that the panel is how to then re-accelerate for market deployment, how do you think that these membranes would then behave if you would have long-term operation, if you would actually succeed in having a container solution? Let's just keep it small, a container solution for it.
Well, to be honest, we don't know. This is the first proof of concept. And the only real experiences are from some operation just in air and generating oxygen from it. It has not been really operated in an ammonia, hydrogen, oxygen environment, to say. So, of course, there were some stability studies at comparably low pressure, around 10 bars, and there are also the experiences from pure oxygen operation. But how this, especially on thermal cycling, with the thin film membranes or the thinner capillaries, we have a better thermal cyclability and also a higher resistance to pressure shocks than as compared to the thicker ones. But this is to be tried. So I would also not say that this is very close to being transferred. This is really a first proof of concept for this project, like it was aimed at also in the call.
Yeah. And what would you do next? Would you try to then bring a new project forward and into a scaling up idea, or would you change a bit the concept and try something else?
Well, we do learn a lot also about the whole, say, cycle anyway, bringing ceramic membranes into processes where we have ammonia. This is for synthesis or for application. We have also membrane-based ammonia cracker in the development, for instance, where we enhance starting behavior of the cracker. So we learn a lot about how to use membrane technology really to enhance ammonia and hydrogen technology in general. Of course, with the partners who have decades of experience with that. If we are successful with the high power device, I have to say, then of course the next step would be after maybe another project in between where we assess the stability and cyclability, would of course be upscale, but also building it up together with a steam expander, with partners. We also have already talking already to partners, but we need to see first if it works. Because the very critical issue is really the stability, which still needs to be shown. So I do not want to.
You can't.
We have to see.
Exactly, you can't predict.
And also, it looks much more. I think originally was maritime application was in the focus of this project, but it looks much more like stationary application.
Yeah. But nowadays, it seems like it will be also a very high demand stationary applications. I think a couple of times today we already mentioned defense, and I know from some projects that are around that it's one of the concerns is stationary energy, and how do you do that, especially for example in defense, but then thinking also in remote places, how do you reach the energy? So it's still very valuable, I think. But I will still, one of the questions from the audience today before we move on to the next speaker, because I was very interested. You mentioned liquid ammonia, right? When you presented Campfire, how is it different to handle the liquid ammonia when you're trying to do the experiments versus just gas ammonia?
But it's much safer. You have much more restrictions if you work with gaseous ammonia, or if you work with pressurized liquid ammonia even. So if you think of liquid ammonia, which is maybe used at minus like minus 33 degrees. So you can actually stand next to an open container without dying, because it evaporates quite slowly, because when ammonia evaporates, it also uses heat from the environment and cools down again. So if you have leakages, they're much easier to deal with than working with gaseous ammonia. So we have different, and most people will know this, they have different here in this. We have much more hassle if you work with an evaporator and so on. So direct injection of liquid ammonia in the ICE is the way forward.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that then we'll move on to the next speaker, which is Chiara. She'll introduce us to Flex and Kung-Fu.
Flex and Kung-Fu.
Flex and Kung-Fu.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm glad to present you today the Flex and Kung-Fu project. Well, this is an H2020 project that started in 2021, and the project involved 21 partners coming from all over Europe, so it's quite a large project. The main aim of Flex and Kung-Fu is to develop non-conventional fuel power-to-X power solution in order to flexibilize combined cycle power plant. So within the project, we study actually two alternative fuels, both hydrogen and ammonia. And let's say the concept of the project can be resumed in these 4 pillars that I reported in this slide. As first, we want to flexibilize the combined cycle power plant, also enhancing the environmental sustainability. The second pillar is that we want to prove that the concept that we develop within the project works in the real environmental, so through real test campaign, real test rig. The third one is to develop the proper control strategy in order to align the plant flexibility with the grid balancing required in the electrical market. And of course, the fourth is to promote both an hydrogen and ammonia energy society. So within the Flex and Kung-Fu, among the different partners, there are 3 real demo sites. The first one is the Cardiff University, which is in charge of all the activities related to both hydrogen and ammonia combustion. The second one is the Rebatejo power plant, which is located in Portugal, quite close to Lisbon, is in charge of EDP, which is one of the partners of the project. And they are basically in charge of the hydrogen part. In this power plant, which is a combined cycle power plant of about installed capacity of 1,200 megawatt, here the goal is try to inject as much hydrogen as possible without modifying anything about the cycle. Last but not least, us, the University of Genoa, which are in charge of the power to ammonia to power solution. So actually we have 2 goals. The first one is to prove an innovative concept related to ammonia production. The second one is to develop an ammonia to power system utilizing an already existing microgas turbine, already commercial, and born in order to operate with natural gas, retrofitting it and make it suitable to operate with different blends based on ammonia. So I will start from the synthesis of ammonia, so the power to ammonia system. And basically, in this slide, I reported the Flex and Confu layout, new layout, compared to the more conventional Haber-Bosch process. And we basically have three main innovations. The first one is the operative pressure. In the new layout, we have ammonia synthesis at 80 bar against the more conventional, well-known 150 to 100 bar required for the ammonia synthesis in the conventional Haber-Bosch. How this is possible? Because we operate with an innovative catalyst, a second-generation iron-based catalyst developed by Clariant, and it allows to have a single-pass conversion of about 24%, but at 80 bar instead of more or less 200. Second innovation is the fact that we replace the more conventional heat exchanger, which is used to bring the reactant at the reactor operative temperature, with electrical heaters. Why? Because electrical heaters are characterized by a really fast dynamic, and this is a huge improvement if we want to flexibilize the plant, maybe in the optic of coupling it with maybe intermittent renewable energy sources. Having a system with a fast dynamic is really suitable for our purpose. The last difference is the fact that we have only one compression unit instead of two. This fact actually is not really convenient in terms of energy consumption, because in the only one compression unit that we have, we need to compress a larger amount of mass flow rate. So the consequences is to increase the consumption. But for a small size application, because actually this is a pilot site based on a 15 kilowatt electrolyzer, it's a benefit from an economic point of view, because you have to keep in mind that in terms of capital cost, the recycle compressor, which is usually present just to face the pressure losses that occurs during the synthesis process, in terms of capital cost has the same order of magnitude of the main compression unit. So that's basically the reason why we operate with only one compressor. Here I reported some picture of the plant. It is a containerized solution, small scale size, and nowadays we concluded the commissioning phase. So we tested all the equipments and the control system, and we are now ready, actually starting from the next week, for starting the real experimental campaign. So here I also reported some picture of the main component, the electrolyzer, compressor, electrical heaters, reactor, and so on, and also the control unit. The second part of our demo, instead, as I was mentioned previously, is focused on the ammonia to power. And here our goal was to readapt one very common microgas turbine, the AET100, developed by Ansaldo Energia. It's basically a recuperated machine that can reach up to 100 electrical kilowatt. It can also operate in CHP mode. In this way, we can produce more than 300 thermal kilowatt and moving the efficiency from 30%, which is in electric, up to 80%. Our goal in this case is to run this machine, but with, as first part of the experimental campaign, ammonia and natural gas blend, and as second part of the experimental campaign, a blend which is composed by ammonia, hydrogen, and nitrogen. So without any kind of carbon, trying to emulate a mixture that can be derived from an ammonia cracking process. How we do it? Well, as first, we replace the original combustion chamber. Modifying the combustion chamber, we install a new one with larger fuel nozzle orifices, larger air dilution holes. This allows us to operate with a larger volumetric flow rate, because this kind of mixture has a lower calorific value if compared to only natural gas. And then, as we want to test a large number of mixture, we develop dedicated line line for each fuel. We have in our laboratory bottles for hydrogen, nitrogen, and ammonia, whereas the natural gas is taken from the gas grid. As the gas turbine operates with an injection pressure of about 6-7 bar, from the bottle side, we have a pressure reducer on each line, whereas from the natural gas side, which is taken from the grid, we have an external compressor. Then on each line, mass flow controllers are present to obviously control the mixture desired, as well as check valve. Then in case of problem, faults occur, there is a scrubber system. So in case of faults, of course, all the line are discharged passing through the scrubber. So it is 1 cubic meters volume full of water. This avoids all ammonia release into the atmosphere. All the ammonia is captured in a water solution. So it's a safety measure that we added. And last things is that as the microgas turbine has 2 injection lines and 2 injection valves that are directly controlled by the MGT PLC, we modify a little bit also the MGT control system to operate with the new mixer. And also we install between the 2 injection valves of the microgas turbine and all the mass flow controller a 12 meters helicoidal tube, which has a diameter of 1 inch that acts like a buffer in order to decouple the dynamic of the microgas turbine valves with the dynamic of the mass flow controller. And actually, for matter of time, I cannot go deeper, but we already conclude the first part of the campaign, the one that involved the mixer composed by ammonia and natural gas. And we were totally able to manage a really high quantity of ammonia, higher than 50% in this case, but we also reached 60, keeping the microgas turbine totally stable. And here I just reported some graph in which we collect all the achieved data for different gas turbine load to try to represent the characteristic curves for different parameters. So this is basically what we have done till now for Flex and Conf. So many thanks for your time, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you. It was super interesting. I think it touches upon a lot of things that I like, which is the use of already existing strategies, right? One of the things is that you added an electrolyzer to an oil plant in Portugal, right? Is that what I am to understand in Ribatejo?
In Ribatejo, we add, yes, it's the hydrogen plant is in charge of ADP. I have to highlight it. Yes, in this case, 1 megawatt size electrolyzer is used for hydrogen production, and this hydrogen is injected in one of the 3 main generator group of the combined cycle of Ribatejo. And they already started, sorry, today I was focused on ammonia, but they already started the experimental campaign, and they succeed in reaching, but in this case, low amount of hydrogen because no retrofitting has been adopted on the combustion part. So if the combustion chamber remains the same, of course, you cannot increase too much the amount of hydrogen. So in this case, but they succeeded in injected at least some amount of hydrogen. From the ammonia side, we replace and we readapt an existing machine applying huge retrofitting, but not so large, because in the end we were able to keep the main equipment, compressor, turbine, alternator, heat exchanger after the turbine, everything, recuperator, everything the same, except, some valves, but not because of the valve, because of the material, because usually they are made of copper-based material, and it is not compatible with ammonia. No. So we had to replace everything with stainless steel. But this one and the combustion chamber. And then I have to admit a small modification in terms of MGT combustion, MGT control system. Yeah. So that was a way in order to continue to utilize something that we already have. So
Exactly. It's such a good idea. It's such a great example. It's quite a long project as well. I could tell 60 months.
Yeah, actually, we had some stop also as first due to COVID because we started in 2021, but we for the first month we accumulate some delays, and so the end of the project is supposed to be at the beginning of the next year. So with the results coming out from the experimental campaign. So from Rebatejo's side, we almost have the results, and from the power to ammonia, we will start the power to ammonia, the power to ammonia campaign in the next week, and the final part of the ammonia to power again in the next month. So
that's really
we are close to the end, but it's a really interesting project.
It's very ambitious as well. Even
quite good results and achievement.
I would like to welcome any questions from the audience, if there is any. All right. And if there's not, thank you, Chiara. And I will invite Vincenzo to start his presentation.
Hi, I will share my screen. This one. So I'll go full screen and I'll start. Yes, should start. So yes, I'm Vincenzo Riso, and I'm based in Denmark at Aalborg University. And I had the fortune to coordinate this project, which started together with the DARE2X project. So they are part of the same call. So we also in this project, ISTRAM, we looked into ammonia synthesis. So the idea of this project is to synthesize ammonia, but also there is a previous step that we worked on, mainly the hydrogen vessel, which is just a sec. I want to see if I can have a user pointer. Yes. So yes. So the hydrogen vessel, which is used as a buffer for to storage hydrogen and to mix it with the nitrogen before going to in the ammonia reactor, synthesis reactor. So this reactor, the hydrogen vessel includes MOF, so metal organic frameworks material to increase the capacity of the vessel. Whereas on the other side here of this picture, we can see the concept that we came for the ammonia synthesis reactor. This reactor is a sequence of sections of catalyst and sorbent material. So the idea here is that we can produce ammonia in the first bed and then absorb the ammonia in the next bed, in the sorbent bed. And in this way, we can separate ammonia in the sorbent bed. And then we can in the next bed, there would be another ammonia synthesis reactor and so on. So the idea is to have a sequence of these sections that operates in a single bed. And therefore, the temperature and pressure would be the same. The other innovation that it's here is that this would operate at lower temperature and pressure than the classic Haber-Bosch reactor. So we land on a temperature of around 300 to 400 degrees C and on a pressure of around 30 to 40 bars, which are substantially lower than the Haber-Bosch. This lower pressure temperature would be favorable in the case of dynamic operation of such a reactor in the context of Power2X, where we we have a fluctuation in the energy, in the electricity production. So moving to the next slide. So we can see that yeah, the project has got 6 months extension, so it's actually finishing in 3 months. And the grant was like 5.7 from the EU, plus we had some partners coming from outside the EU, so Norway, Switzerland, and UK. Therefore, the grant is more than 6 million if we account for the money coming from these other countries. The work that we have done until now, it has been quite at a different level, because we have mainly worked on material development of the ammonia reactor and also in the hydrogen vessel. So in this case, we have developed both the MOF, the catalyst, and the sorbent material. But then we have also worked at like higher level. So we have worked on the designing this these reactors, both the ammonia sorbent and the hydrogen vessel. But then we also have done all the LCA techno-economic analysis and socio-economic analysis. So partners, I can maybe very quickly go to so some of the partners you have also seen in DARE2X. So the National Institute of Chemistry and the VITO, they worked mainly on the material development, also Johnson Matthey. And some of the tests has also been done in TU Eindhoven, where they did the test on the reactor. So as you will see later, we have done the testing both at the lab scale, but also now we are soon approaching the demonstration phase, where we will test this project, also the demonstration. This is University of Oslo and Prof MOF. They worked on the MOF. We worked at Aalborg University. We have worked on coordination and on the process designing. Paragon has worked on the digital twin, and together with the university in Berlin, Casale has been developing together with ICTech the demonstrator, and gas vessel production has provided us with the hydrogen vessel. And then we have had assistance from P&O, Technalia, and ThyssenKrupp for the techno-economic LCA and the socio-economic analysis. One next slide. So in the next slide, I'll show you some quick recap of some achievements. So as I mentioned, we used a lower temperature to operate this reactor. So we are targeting for the demonstrator and also for the lab a temperature between 300 and 400 degrees C. And in this range, we have seen the activity of the catalyst is substantially lower than typical Haber-Bosch pressure and temperature, which again are higher than that. Nevertheless, with the ruthenium catalyst compared to commercial iron catalyst, we saw certainly an improvement in the performance. Also, the ruthenium catalyst has the additional advantage that is more resistant to oxidation, so to water and oxygen that can be in the hydrogen steam due to the electrolysis process. So that's has been quite good results. On the other hand, we have also worked on the sorbent material at the material level. In this case, we have targeted metal halide sorbents, so magnesium chloride was the one that we picked after the screening. And these sorbents, compared to we have seen in DARE2X zeolites, so these are similar sorbents. They have a little bit better sorption capacity at these temperatures, so it's 300 degrees C or 400 degrees C. So we can put both materials, the catalyst bed and the sorbent, operating at the same temperature without doing intercooling or additional processing. So after doing this lab work, we have now started now since quite a long time for designing the demonstrator and fabricating one, and then this will be placed in Poland, and the company will do the demonstration actually in October, so next month. The demonstrator has been developed by a company in Turin called ICTech. So these are the first drawings that you can see here. And of course, we have done all the modeling. So the scale that we are looking here is a little bit bigger than the lab scale. The reactor, in fact, you can see it's this one. So there will be two reactors inside, one for the sorbent and one for the catalyst bed. You can see here the pictures of the demonstrator that have been kindly provided by ICTech. So the reactor, in fact, you can see it's in this figure here. And we have this for the demonstration. We decided to operate. We will have two reactors, one in front and you can see the other one in the back. They are thermally isolated because they are basically heated up to keep the temperature by electrical bands. And one will be filled with the catalyst, and the other one with the sorbent bed. Then we also worked on this hydrogen vessel, both designing the vessel that need to be able to contain have an opening to put the MOF inside. And they also, so we have done testing on various materials for the vessel, and of course the vessel had to be designed to accommodate the MOF, and the MOF has been developed on the side by, as I mentioned, by Oslo and Prof MOF. So I think this is the general overview of the project. I think I can move off so I can see some of the faces.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a question that's very similar to the one that I asked Christopher, because I think that you also end at around the TRL 5. Mm-hmm. What is the next step? How do you then upscale this technology?
Yes, that's a good question. I think you can answer on different levels. So for what I can see, the work that needs to be done on these technologies is still quite a lot. I don't think you can take the concept and just make it a very large scale. There is a work to do both on the sorbent and on the catalyst side. The sorbents, for instance, they have issues with cycling, so it's when compared to a very large Haber-Bosch process that can last for 20 years, I don't think at this point we can expect such a stable operation for many years. So I would say that there is a lot of work to do on perfecting both catalyst and sorbent. On the catalyst side, for instance, we can see that if we want to operate with electrolysis, with electrolytic hydrogen, there can be, for instance, impurities like water and oxygen that can destroy the catalyst bed, and therefore also in that case we need to have both engineering solution to separate all the impurities, but also a robust catalyst. I don't know, catalyst one that is used conventionally it's a quite it's a robust and cheap solution for ammonia synthesis. So overall, I would say that there is quite a long way to go to commercializing these technologies and bring them at I say a containerized solution, like at much smaller scale. and if I had to point out, I would say the issues are mainly at the material, material front. Yeah. The other level of answer I could give is that these projects, as far as I can see, so the Hydrogen Europe program requires that the concept, you need to apply for another project. So there is the development is interrupted at the end of the project, and then partners needs to find another context or another possibility to apply to the next. So there is also the difficulties to find the right call and the right concept to develop a concept that makes sense based on the experience. Yes.
It sounds like the perfect opportunity for you to then maybe meet our good friends at Hulteberg, where they have huge success with its urban materials and upscaling these as well. So yes. I hope that maybe you will reach out, because I think that one of the good things about this type of conference is that then maybe we can pull off each other. You mentioned the catalyst as well. Maybe we can learn something from Chiara when it comes to the catalyst that works at lower temperatures. And I know for a fact that Hulteberg, the company Hulteberg, also the man himself, will most likely be very happy to try to discuss how to then better these solutions. And with this, I'll just open for a moment to the audience if there's any final question. And if not, I will thank our speakers. I really appreciate that you took the time and that you stayed on with us. And just another round of applause.